Hey everybody. Oh, I don't know what's going on with me, but I feel like I don't know, I was kind of putting off. I wanted to go live earlier, but I felt like I don't know. I feel like kind of drowsy and weird feeling like I haven't woke up completely and I've been up for several hours, so um maybe once I get talking here and we get discussing this, I'll start to feel a little bit better. Because this is one that I really wanted to be 100% here for, you know what I mean? Because it is very, this is one you're not going to want to miss, I don't think. This is not clickbait. I don't like just say things to try to get, people to come in and watch or get numbers. It's I say things like when I tell you that you need to see something, it's you need to see it or hear it. And I feel like also there's that one call. I'm kind of bummed because I didn't realize when I went live the other day with that Don Wells call that there was also that live going on at Cracking Cases, and it just did not get the amount of people watching that I feel like it needs, because I feel like people need to see that, um, or need to hear it, I should say. So that's one's important one. I also, like I've said, I tried to make sure that I didn't stop it a lot because it's a long call, and that way it would be easy for like creators to listen and um, use it for, commentary or whatever. Um, so I'm gonna give the we're gonna I'm gonna wait just a few minutes. I'm not gonna leave you guys waiting and hanging forever, but I don't want to have to repeat things like 5 million times. And I mean, I might repeat it once, but besides that, people are gonna have to rewind because this is. And I'm glad I waited to go live because more has developed since that the first info. I was told I was basically text something late last night after my live. I passed out like immediately after that live, and I got a text from somebody that I very much trust this person. Okay. I want to say that off the bat to help you decipher what you want to believe and whether you or not are going to take this information into consideration when deciding if you want to use it in your critical thinking process, and determining what you feel happened to Summer. I do need to make a note on something real quick because I need. Oh, I do have a note here. It's like I thought I made one. Where is it? I put it, and I even put it on the computer screen at the very top right, so I wouldn't miss it. Because I have to take notes. I have to keep pen and paper near because I get so sidetracked. So yesterday, maybe that should be clipped out. That's probably something that should be clipped out. Last night's live, like the last 30 minutes about the. Now I know that in a lot of people's theories and in their speculations or whatever, it won't happen on June 15th of last year. I know that many people's theories include a possible time gap, okay, between like of 3 to 4 hours, already before yesterday, okay, like possibly something happened around at the swimming hole, or like 1:30ish or something. And because because Hunter was dropped off around, or H was dropped off around 2. Okay. So that's why I'm picking 1:30 if there was something that happened at the swimming hole. So the lady that told me that stuff last night, this is different though. I mean, to me, this information from last night is, I feel like even more shocking info for today. Just my opinion. But last night's was definitely important. And I think most people feel it was too, but some people are not kind of understanding because I think they've already felt like, oh, it's already been talked about, it's already been out there. But this is different. This is coming from, if this correct information from last night is correct, that means it's coming directly from Lawson. And that means it's a fact, okay? It's not like a possibility. It would be a fact, okay? And we don't have very many facts. Before, we're just theorizing. But still, that's why I'm saying that this is closer to a fact. It's not quite a fact because we didn't hear it from Lawson himself. And we'd have to count on this person's honesty. But I will tell you this. Once again, I've been talking to this person since November through text, and actually, like she said, was wanting to meet up with me last time I was in Tennessee in January. She has mentioned to me before that she worked at the sheriff's office. That was not, surprising when she said that, because she had told me that. I had, at the spur of the moment when that was going on last night, I had kind of forgot. But yeah, my recollection was renewed once she mentioned. I was like, oh yeah, you did tell me that. And I do have a text, and I mean, I could probably prove that. I mean, I don't know if it ever needed to be, but anyways, she told me she worked at the sheriff's department and retired from there. Like, she told me that months ago. I knew that she also had said that she, knows all of them and talks to them. She worked there for a long time. So even though this is in people's, like, I do understand though, because you've got to be speculative. You have to be careful, not speculative. What the heck was I saying? I understand you have to be like leery of what people say on here, because we have so much misinformation going around. And you guys need to take this information in the same way. Don't take it as fact, but I will tell you, like, this information today. Okay, yesterday's about the 4 hours. About Lawson said that he wants to know why it took Candace 4 hours to call 911. Okay. Me personally, I mean, I know it's harder for some of you guys to trust it because you are having to count on my word. But me personally, I believe her, and I find the information credible, and it fits. So, to me, that is something that should be added into, like, for me, I would use it if I was putting down to, some type of timeline. I would add the 4 hours definitely into that day, that something happened according to law enforcement and Lord, they believe that whatever happened to summer was around early afternoon time. Okay. Was it when you, I mean, that's kind of when you think about 4 hours and where and what they were doing at that time, that's, it's very interesting, right? Now, today's information, I'm going to freaking make sure that you guys don't take anything, like, once again, you need to do your own research. Never, I just don't want, I don't like when people put out things like as fact, you know what I mean? That's why I'm saying this. But I personally really trust this source. And I've been talking to him for a very long time. Pretty much almost the whole time I've been on. Well, I don't I don't I've been talking to them probably at least within a couple months of Summer's disappearance. And I'm not sure if I'm going to, I'm sure I will tell you guys exactly how I know them and who they are at some point, probably soon, but let's just see, like, I might wait on that, okay? You're gonna just either have to, I will tell you that I've been talking to them for a long time and I trust them, like on a scale of 1 to 10. I mean, I probably wouldn't put anybody at a 10, okay? So take this into consideration. I don't think I would put anybody at a 10 because there's always like miscommunication that happens, okay? Like there was even something that she cleared up with me just recently. That's why or just like within the last several minutes. That's why I was glad that I waited to go live because I would have put out something a little bit not actually. I mean, I would have not put it out. It would have been not exactly correct, but it would have been still pretty much the same. So even if I just don't think I'd ever put somebody at a 10, like of trust. Okay. So, but I would say this is probably the highest trust that I would have for somebody on like in believability. And if I would believe them, if I take for one, I know that they're who they say they are. I know that they're directly, and they have contact with people like very close to this case. Actually, we'll just say this. They have contact with people involved in this case. So one-on-one. And everything, and she's told me many things before. And she's never lied to me. And I've always I haven't found anything yet that hasn't been correct, but you should always still, use your critical thinking to decide what you believe. Because one thing, just I want people to think that or know that, because a lot of times, like I have learned from YouTube that over the last several months that I've been on here since early September, I have learned, things but I have noticed how there are people on here who take information as fact, like without even using any critical thinking or any comparing it with what other people are saying. So you have to be careful with that. And also I have noticed like people will twist your words and exaggerate. And so I feel like I have to almost spell out this stuff now and make it abundantly clear, because just like, for instance, the bones thing, that whole situation, that I still don't believe like I handled it correctly. I'll never, like I said, go back on my apology. However, there was people who exaggerated that situation and made it more into what, into something it wasn't, and tried to say that I was basically saying that was summer, when I had definitely and clearly said several times that it was more than likely animal bones. Okay. So I'm just saying that's why I'm being super careful, because I know how things like get turned around. Sorry that, okay. So I think it's about save time here. Let me just say, hey guys, sorry, I was like, I can't. Yeah, just don't, you don't have to listen if you take it in and consider what I'm saying and what I'm being told, and then you do with what you would like. Okay, you don't have to. Oh, thank you, Starbright. You don't have to be here. And actually, if you're like you guys, please. I see people say, please be patient. Like, I know, but I have to say this. If you guys should understand that. You could find it annoying as you would like, but I mean, that's just rude. I have to say this. Take into account what I freaking deal with here on YouTube. And my freaking daughter's now like, hold on. Okay. Well, she walked away. Never mind. Okay. So the first thing that I did pull up this. I'll pull up their okay, I'll pull this up. What? Hold on, guys. Okay, you guys are gonna my daughter needs me to get her a bathing suit now. You guys, so blame it on her. I'll play this. I wanted to play this anyways. It's just a minute. Or here. How long's this news clip? Or no, that's only 26 seconds. Because I had it pulled up. There's something that Caitlin, I'm getting it. You have 5 million bathing suits. 1 second. This video right here, it ties into what we're also going to be talking about. Actually, it's about, no, I'm sorry. It ties into yesterday's about the 4 hours thing. And it also obsessed, let me see. Why can't I remember? True Crime Stories Obsessed is the one who made this. So if the mods can please share her channel like throughout a couple times for this. She clipped out when Leslie said also that actually sounds like it fits with the 4 hour thing. Okay. Well, yes, it is. Yes, it might be, Liz. Let me tell you this. How about this? I'll give you guys this tidbit right now. So since you guys have been many of you have been patient, some of you haven't, but and since I feel bad because I have to go step away for just a minute, but let me tell you this part. You guys remember when it was said yesterday? I think it was Pamela Sanchez. Was it Pamela Sanchez that said Dawn was cleared? Did you hear that rumor? I forget. Who was it that put out that, or who said that? You know, I just want to give credit where it's due. So I'll give you a little tidbit. There's a few tidbits here, guys. It's not just one thing. So who was it that said that? Okay. Well, I just want to make sure Chasing Truth said it fits also. Yeah, for sure. It does fit. And I love how, why can't I ever think of her? I always have been forgetting her channel name. Crime Stories Obsessed. I love how she did this because she clipped out the part where Leslie, what's her name, Earhart or something? She works with the, was it TBI or FBI? When she mentioned that Summer was last seen early afternoon. Interesting. Makes you think. So, anyways, okay, I'll tell you this. Pamela Sanchez, I think, was the one that mentioned that Dawn was pretty much cleared was the thing. I'm actually, my information kind of actually goes along with that. That Dawn was actually possibly cleared. I mean, not cleared, but pretty much cleared because and that they're looking into Candace. That Candace, they supposedly feel like, and I'm going to read you guys my messages with this person exactly. Okay, so I'm sure. I mean, we had several messages. I'm glad I waited to go live. But I guess, dang it, where's my message about that? Okay, she said Dawn is almost completely cleared of it, and it feels like they don't think Candace did anything, but isn't telling the whole truth. So I think that they're really, really zeroing in on what possibly Candace knows. And oh my God, if Dawn really does not have anything to do with it, wow. But, oh, she said something else that was super important with that. Damn it. And of course, I just scroll down and I'll tell you that was super important with that. That also, shit. Wish I didn't scroll. It's a long conversation. Damn it. And I just scrolled. Okay, Dawn is almost cleared. Okay. Okay, so it says he begged the boys to tell him. And if the police, okay, he begged the boys and the police if they know anything that they're not telling. So he was begging the boys to please tell him what happened to Summer. So anyways, that Dawn was begging the boys like to please tell him what happened. Wow. So I find that, but I have, anyways, I'm going to go grab that freaking bathing. Well, I guess I'm going to get her a bathing suit from, that stockpile I showed you guys. So I don't have to dig through all her clothes to find one. So here, we'll play this.
We still don't know where Summer is. We don't know what happened to her, and it's extremely frustrating. I can't tell you how heartbreaking it is The sheriff has worked around the clock. His team's worked around the clock. The search crews, TBI agents, FBI agents, we're doing everything we can to find her. But to not have any more answers than we do at this stage, it's just heartbreaking. Not any more than what we originally released. We know that her family reported her missing. They called the sheriff's office around 6:30. Prior to that, it was early afternoon when she was last seen, and they searched for a little bit and then reported her missing. And they searched for a little bit and reported her missing.
Take a listen.
Off of Beach Creek should be the first residence on your ride. Reference to a missing 4-year-old. The parents have called in, advised that the mother had went for a walk, came home, now they can't find her. They've been yelling for her. She's been gone for about 10 minutes now.
Okay, so that just goes along with the 4 hours. I'm not sure when I opened. I wasn't paying attention. I didn't do it. But I'm sorry. I have no idea what you asked. But if it was rude, maybe, I don't know. I am open to questions and stuff. But right now, I can't answer. I can't, like, we got to get through this information first. Okay, and then we will definitely. This is the first part. I only have one freaking, because this is the only text. This is like when I got this text. This was the one. I only have this one screenshotted because I took it earlier. And this is the one that really, I was like, oh my God, at first. But now I have even more because I've talked to her. So she says, I'm catching up on all the new Jody Sue stuff. Do you remember back in November when I told you that Brad Wishon was using businesses he worked for to launder money for Jody Sue's drug sales? Jody, Andy, and her associates would take their drug money to him and swap it out for different money with different serial numbers. And he would write fake invoices. Okay, now listen. This part, I'm glad I talked to her because I was misinformed on the last part. She was making meth and Mountain Dew bottles in a shack up there too. Watch, this will all come out this week. So remember, okay, like you guys, you might have to rewind. I already went over like who it is and stuff, okay? Because I can't keep, I have a lot to go through and we'll be here forever knowing me. Okay, so the last part, when she said she was making meth and Mountain Dew bottles in a shack up there too. Okay. She cleared that up to me later text because I asked, oh my God, like she mentioned something and I'm like, I'm glad she mentioned it because I forgot to ask her and to clear this last part up. Because I thought she was saying that she made it on one of Brad's properties, like his work, something. No, that is, she claims, okay, this is all alleged. We're going to say because remember, once again, not putting this out as facts. We need to do our own research. But I'm telling you, I trust this person completely. Probably number one on the list as far as my sources go that I, trust. Okay. She said, no, that's why she was staying in that other property, why she moved to the other house on that property across from 125. There was 2 buildings. Remember, there was 2. She moved to this, like the little cabin area or something at 125. That's why, because she was making meth and it's dangerous to make it. So allegedly she was. And Yeah. Wow. Okay. But the first part is interesting because, I mean, it's all interesting. But the first part is interesting about this launder money thing. I remember her telling me about this, but I didn't remember the Jody Sue thing. So I asked her, does this mean like they knew each other before Summer went missing? And she said, because I'm like, are you talking about like before Summer went missing this was going on, or after? Because I thought they met during, through this whole like fundraiser thing. But she's saying it's happened before. Supposedly it happened before is what she said, which is shocking, which makes sense. Why I think it makes sense is because, like, that's why Jody Sue, early on, before everybody else was starting to call bullshit about the whole fake, was saying the whole fake Fed thing. Because she already knew Brad had a horrible reputation in that town and in that area. And she already knew and supposedly knew him, allegedly. So, yeah. And this is also would tie into why she's acted a little bit suspect. Like, from what I tell you guys, from what I've heard from this same lady, she said that they aren't looking really well. I don't know. Things might be a little bit changing now, but she once said they were looking into, there's a big drug element tied to this, guys, which I don't think that's very shocking. Hold on, guys. Oh man, my daughter's beautiful, let me tell you. Sorry. It's just crazy how much they grow up. I just can't believe it. She's like, looks like a little woman now. Even in the past, she's like thinned out. She has a freaking, oh man, she looks good. I'm so proud of her. Anyways, so I'm trying. Okay, see, that's why I lost my train of thought, because I was on a roll about the whole like them knowing each other beforehand, and which makes sense. Like, if she's from there, she's gonna know Brad. How the hell did she not know Brad beforehand? Like, because look, for instance, here's something I wanted you guys to watch. Wishon, okay, this is going to be Brad's dad, though. Auto owner arrested after allegedly selling hydraulic vehicle lifts belonging to Lesser. Okay, this is October 23rd of 2019. And it's only like a 30-second long news clip, but these people, Brad and his dad, are very well known in the area and have a very bad reputation. Jody Sue is from the area. She's going to freaking know of him. So, Jody Sue also stated in a video of Justice for All show where Jody Sue knew Summer was missing. Yep. Before Candace knew. Wow. I don't know about that. But I think that Jody Sue definitely knows more. I'm not saying that she's This is all my opinions, all opinion based, all alleged, hearsay. You guys have to, I'm just saying, like, I'm going to keep saying that. You might get annoyed by it, but it's important to not get sued, and also to just, be careful that you're not, I wouldn't be saying this stuff right now if I really, really did not like trust this person. And if it did not make sense, I want Jody Sue to tell us why she did not tell us that she knew Brad before. I feel like, I'm serious. Like, Jody Sue, I want to know why you didn't tell us that you knew Brad. Why did you act like you did not freaking know him? And even according to this person on the phone, and I 100% agree, Brad put himself in, he's an idiot. He put himself in all this mess, coming on here to talk about the case, knowing all the shady dealings he's involved with. There's a video where Jody Sue JDB. Who's JDB? Okay, now I just lost that comment. Who said on her own video about, okay, so, oh, you mean Jody Sue Brown. In my opinion, Jody Sue made, that comment Jody Sue made was misspoken and misunderstood. She sounded zooted. What's zooted mean? About Candace not knowing Jody Sue was searching before. Oh. She did say she knew about Brad? Okay, so she knew about him. She did say she knew about him? Okay, so she did say she knew about him. Well, and that would, Coco, you make a interesting point there, because, you ask an interesting question, in my opinion, about, cleaning up. That would also fit in. All this information would also fit in with why some people are saying, even though Jody Sue doesn't say this, but some people are saying that Jody Sue was kind of weird about people coming up on the property. We all thought, like, well, I did anyways. I guess I can't say we. I can't speak for all of us. But I think a lot of people thought it was because, like, marijuana. I mean, I know that, like, her ex or whoever he is to her, I know he's dabbled in meth and stuff. And but I thought, like, there was like it was just weed, like plants. It really makes sense. And why she would stay. And I hope that those kids were not staying in that same area. Peeping Tom with someone looking for meth, that could be possible. Even though I never heard of her knowing Brad, though, until I heard, MAD. Wait. Who's MAD? Who's Mad? Mad agreed with them. Justice connected the dots last night, and Mad agreed with him on this AM. Who's Mad? Yes, this info does, I feel like, coincide. Remnant sense would be there. Well, I think that Jody Sue saw, this is my opinion, again, according to this information. Well, maybe, I don't know. I guess I can't comment on that. I was going to say, I think Jody Sue might have saw Summer like when they got back from dropping H off. I do believe 100% now that Summer did not get out of that vehicle. In another comment, maybe I should just read our conversation so that, because because this is like, there's a lot of interesting information in there. And this, I'll get that together and tip myself to the right spot in our conversation. And I'll play this quick video. Oh, shit. No sound on my end anyways. Hold on. Oh my God. This is weird.
Ralph Wishon is charged with of a Tri-Cities auto dealership has been arrested. Ralph Wishon is charged with 2 counts of theft of property over $2,500. The alleged victim said he was leasing the Wishon Auto building to the 47-year-old and that 2 hydraulic vehicle lifts were stolen from the building. Following an investigation, Wishon revealed that he had sold the lifts to 2 different people. He's in jail on a $20,000 bond set to go to court Monday.
From Good Thing She Bought Extra, Rashida.
This one's a goner.
To all.
So I can't send you. I don't want to put a link in the chat, Justin. Okay. Well, I'll put it in the. But I have a lot of information to get through. Okay. But I'd love to have you up for a few minutes. If I just have a lot to get through, okay? But you're welcome to come up. Just Justin, okay? I put it in the chat. It's okay. I just didn't want to text him it. I was going to text him it, but I didn't want to move my spot. It took me where I was in this conversation. Justin, if you could just, like, if you don't want to show your face, like, okay. I just wanted to make sure it was you. Okay.
Was you asking for me or something? I was on a phone call.
No.
Oh, okay. I thought you was needing me or something.
No, I was going over this information. Did you not hear it?
What information?
Oh my gosh. I'm about to read all our that's why I was just saying, like, I have a bunch to go through. And that's why I thought you had something to say real quick.
Well, fill me up. Tell me real quick.
Well, I'm going through it again because I'm going to read all our messages.
Are you talking about the Jody Sue linked with everybody?
Brad, with the Brad, as far it's
well,
about,
I was the one that released that.
About what?
I was the one that linked Jody Sue with the Wishons, Jody Sue's sister, Jody Sue's.
No, it hasn't have anything to do with that.
Okay.
No, this is from somebody that knows the Wells. This is somebody tied to the case. It might be similar to what you're talking about. This has something about her Brad laundering money and stuff like that. And Jody Sue, Jody Sue knew Brad beforehand. This person is saying, but
I linked them
close to the case.
I linked them together last night.
They all work. Find out.
Jody Sue knows Brad because they all worked together at a business.
Wow! I'm glad you say this. I'm glad you're okay.
At a car dealership. Jody Sue's mom works there. Jody Sue's sister works there. Jody Sue's brother-in-law works there. The Wishons owned it.
Wow, this is, oh my God, dude, this fits right into what I'm saying. I'm so glad that you're up here. Wait till you hear everything. Thank you.
And then, I talked about the 4 hours day before yesterday as well.
Well, the 4 hours, though, this comes from Lawson. This isn't.
Yeah, I know, but the day I put it out, and then the next day, that woman comes up on your panel and says,
what did you say about the 4 hours?
Well, I played the TBI where Leslie from the TBI, she says, that Summer was last seen in the early afternoon, right?
Okay, well, this lady worked for the sheriff's department. I've been talking to her since November, and she's retired from the sheriff's department, and she knows Lawson and stuff. And
Yes.
she asked Lawson if he wanted anything to be put out there, and he said, all that she said, basically, that I put out was that because I didn't know what she was going to talk about when she came up here, and she said that Lawson said, ask them to find out why Candace did not call 911 for
Right.
4 hours.
That's why it kind of creeped me out, because I put that video out the day before, and then the next day she comes on your panel and she says, Lawson says this about the 4 hours, and I'm like, was he watching the video?
Right. No,
You know?
but that thing is, I know she's worked for the sheriff's department for months.
Yeah, I mean, you said she has credibility, you know. So.
Yeah. But I get that, because I mean, that is important. That's why I'm saying, like, people should, like, always, like, check their, look into things, not always take what you hear as fact. Because, there's been so much, like, miscommunications and stuff like that, and things that were not exactly correct. And just a little bit of misinformation can change everything. So, like,
a lot.
So yeah, but I mean, what you're saying, oh my God, dude, that is actually very about the whole thing, knowing them beforehand. Has Jody Sue, there was a couple people here in the chat that mentioned that Jody Sue knew, or that Jody Sue has admitted to knowing Brad beforehand.
This is from 2016.
Yeah, but did she
And
know,
before.
has she admitted that she knows him from before the case?
She was denying it.
Yeah, that's what it does.
When all the billboard stuff was going on, all that stuff. Oh, I don't know who he is and everything. I'm thinking, girl, I literally just awesome panel. Let's bring up this little girl roundup.
Thank you, fat girl. Okay. Wow. Okay.
So, yeah, but if you need anything, I'm here.
Yeah, come back up when I'm done with this, okay?
No problem. All right.
I'm just gonna read through our messages, but I'm really glad that you said that, because I thought, like, no, I saw your message and I saw what you're saying, and I was like, man, is he trying to say that I stole his information or something?
No.
I was like, no.
Listen,
I mean, I didn't even know she was gonna say that.
whatever it takes to get Summer.
I do understand, though, what you're saying, that if you were mentioning, I feel like we've all, though, for a long time have been thinking there was some time missed, and that a lot of people, like with our theories, that a lot of people believe that something did happen early afternoon. But if we're gonna, maybe I can have this lady send me something that proves that she worked for the sheriff's department, like absolute proof, and so that it will she doesn't, I'm sure she says her name's, I mean, she put her name out here herself last night. It was Michelle. So maybe somebody could find out if they, I think she doesn't want, like, all the attention and stuff, but it would be good to, look into it and just see if there was somebody that worked for them. Maybe I can text her, even though I don't want to miss my spot. I won't, I don't know if I can show the proof, but you could just take it. I mean, I could show it to you privately, and you guys would have to take my word for it. I mean, I would show you privately, you know what I mean? But,
right. Well, I mean, just think about it, Ziggy. The TBI, she's like, Summer was last seen in early afternoon. The phone call came in at 6:30, right? Mm-hmm. Early afternoon by Google standards is 1 to 3 p.m. That's early afternoon. Okay. Mm-hmm. And the call goes in at 6:23. Okay. Mm-hmm. That's hours and hours. And then at 6:23, he's also the dispatch also says the father is about an hour out. You're calling at 6:23 and the father's about an hour out. That would make him getting home at 7:23. Right. It does not work.
Right.
If you're an hour out and you're calling in at 6:23, even if you're driving like hell, no,
Right.
no,
Right.
it's sorry, it's messed up.
No, don't. It's fine. I don't
Yeah,
care about that.
it's,
I'm texting her right now. So
but the problem and the hard part of this case is going to be, where were they during the time? You know,
did you hear what I just said too? That this lady, I mean, like I said, I trust her 100%. This one today, like 100%. I know who she for 100%. She's who she says she is. Okay. Last night's, I trust her, but I don't know who for 100%. Okay. But this stuff from today, like last night's. I just asked her to send me proof, but I have been talking. She did tell me she worked for the sheriff's department several months ago. So it's not, it wasn't something that just came up last night, and that she retired from there. So, but today I know who for a fact that this lady is who she says she is. And I forgot what I was just going to say, but I'm going to read our whole conversation. So I'm sure it will come up. Because there was something else I was going to say. She said, oh, well, that wasn't what I was going to tell you, but she was making meth in Mountain Dew bottles in a shack up there. And she said, watch, this will all come out this week. So
I've heard that.
Yeah, up at 125. At first, I thought she was talking about one of Brad's, the work areas or something. No, she meant that's why she was staying in a separate building on the property, because it was so dangerous.
Yes.
So that is crazy, and would make sense too why she was worried about law enforcement coming up there. Well, what some people say, anyways, about her worried about law enforcement, searching the prop. Yeah, that she was kind of weird about it when they asked to search the property. That she was the one that supposedly her ex or whatever was cool, but that she was but I mean, of course, I think she did say yes, but and they did get, but I don't think it was really her say, because I don't even think that I think it's her ex's parents' property, isn't it?
Yes, I believe so. I mean, look at the video of Jody Sue 3 days before Summer went missing. She's out of her head. She's literally talking out of her head. But, I mean, with all of this going on with Jody Sue, I think we also can't forget about Dawn and Candace either. I think there's a lot of focus on Jody Sue right now, but we also can't everyone is still a suspect. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Oh, that's what I was going to tell you. This person says that Dawn is almost cleared, that really their focus is on Candace, that Candace knows something that she's not telling. So that information. So as far as what I think it was Pamela Sanchez that was saying that he was basically cleared. Well, this is this lady saying something similar to that they're saying that he was asking the boys to please tell him what happened that day. Please, begging them, what happened to Summer? Did you see something? What happened and stuff? And that supposedly he was also, begging law enforcement to tell him stuff. So that was interesting, and, goes kind of aligns with what I think it was Pamela Sanchez was saying yesterday. Somebody was saying that yesterday. And also, and we're going to get to this in the conversation, but according to this person, the boys really they want people to know this stuff. So all the people worried about if it's causing issues for the boys or whatever, they are really wanting people to know this stuff. They want people to know what was going on up there. and
Well, I mean, can you imagine the life that they lived then versus now?
yeah,
They're probably
yeah.
just realizing how screwed up their mess was there, at the Wells property with their bio parents.
I'm
It's crazy.
She
But
said she would send me something, and she's asking for like ideas, like what she could send me that would prove that she worked for the sheriff's department for Hawkins County, for that long. Do you have any ideas that she could send? I said, do you have any like pay stubs you can redact, or like a picture or employee of the month
ask her if
thing?
she's
Like,
got a picture of sitting in Ronnie Lawson's desk. I don't know, pay stubs.
Yeah, guilty knowledge says this explains the heavy foot traffic up there. Let's see, a badge, ID badge, or pay stub, ID badge. She wasn't a sheriff. I
Well,
think
at the end of the day, I think this is going to show that this case is much bigger than we ever anticipated. I think that there's a lot of people who don't want exposed as far as a possible, drugs or other rings. You know what I mean? So I think
yes. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, hopefully she'll send that while I'm live, and that way I can tell you guys like for sure. Like she's saying I mean, that doesn't prove that she really had this conversation with Lawson, but at least it would prove that she did work for the sheriff's department. Well, at least for me, and if she's okay with me showing you, then like so we could like vouch, or that part. But the only way we could really know if that's what he said is if we heard him ourselves.
right.
So yeah. All right. And thank you so much, Cassie and Vet Girl. I appreciate you so much.
Okay, well, I'm going to jump down. I'll be listening, okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Thank you so much.
No problemo.
All right.
See you later.
Okay, she says, I have my retirement pictures with me of my plaque and pictures with the sheriff and Chief Tony Allen. Would that work? Retirement pictures? She's out to eat with her family right now, or with her hubby right now, but I think she says she has them with her, so that might be a good thing. It might be something that I can find out for sure, so that Okay, so we're gonna go through this conversation I had. There's more things that I'm forgetting, and I feel like I didn't take screenshots of it all at all because I did after she sent me that first part. I was that was last night, and I'm like just saw it this morning. I'm like, oh my god, like holy crap. Like I'm like, are you saying that Brad and Jody Sue knew each other before Summer went missing? And she wasn't responding. It took her like a couple hours to respond. I'm like, oh my god, dude. It took a few hours. I really wanted to I'm glad I waited though, because as soon as I saw that message, I wanted to go live, and I was like, man, but I wanted to, So anyways, like once again, she said, this is what she says. She says, we'll start at the beginning. I'm catching up on all the new Jody Sue stuff. Do you remember back in November when I told you that Brad Wishon was using businesses he worked for to launder money for Jody Sue's drug sales? Jody, Andy, and her associates would take their drug money to him and swap it out for different money with different serial numbers, and he would write up fake invoices. She was making meth and Mountain Dew bottles in a shack up there too. Watch, this will all come out this week. And I was like, holy shit. So you're saying Brad and Jody Sue knew each other before Summer went missing? Oh my God, are you sure? I don't remember you saying that Jody Sue, or mentioning Jody Sue with the launder money thing. But I remember I remember you saying that Brad was using businesses he worked for to launder money. I remember you telling me, but I didn't know one of the people he was doing it for was Jody Sue. Sorry I passed out last night, but wish I saw this right then. Can you please tell me if Brad and Jody Sue knew each other before Summer went missing, or if this was happening after Summer went missing? I texted her again and asked that because I was like, oh my God, she wasn't responding. I want to know. She said, this all supposedly happened before Summer went missing. I said, do you trust this info 100%? Like on a scale from 1 to 10, how much do you think this info to be legit? She said, yes, ma'am. I'd say I'm at an 8. I said, did you hear my live last night about what that Michelle lady says? I said, I do trust her. I said, she works for the sheriff's department for 27 years in Hawkins, and she asked Lawson if there was anything he wanted her to put on YouTube or have YouTubers try to help find out, and he supposedly said, tell them to find out why Candace didn't call 911 for 4 hours when Summer disappeared. And she mentioned that, yes, she did hear that. Yes, she did hear that. And then she says, the kids did see her come back home that day, but she never came in the house. There was no one loading groceries. Candace brought all the bags inside. Wyatt and Waylon were watching YouTube, and Josie was sleeping. Wyatt took Grandma's bags over, which were mostly from Dollar General, not the grocery store. Then Candace woke Josie up, and Candace woke Josie up, and when the internet wasn't strong enough for him to do what he wanted to do, they fought over internet, and she made them go outside. 2 of the boys said she seemed alive and was changing positions in the back seat like she was sleeping. I said, when she came home, it would have been a little more than 4 hours before 911 call, right? Because H was dropped off around 2 p.m. And she said, so that makes me wonder if he meant why didn't call for help sooner. They're heavily investigating like Summer got into something like drugs. Once again, she said, they're heavily investigating like Summer got into something like drugs. And if you guys hear me like misspeaking or something, I'm reading it exactly as I was given. It might not be completely grammatically correct. And thank you so much, Christine Savage, for becoming a part of the Zigsters. So I think there was a little bit of miscommunication here about the whole 4-hour thing, like at first in our conversation. So that's why I don't know, it seemed a little weird what she said, but as far as the 4, like when she said, so that makes me wonder if he meant why she didn't call for help sooner. They're heavily investigating like Summer got into something like drugs. I said, that's what he said. Why did she wait 4 hours to call 911? I said, are you thinking it wasn't quite 4 hours? She said, I said, getting into drugs might be really possible. And maybe Candace knew it at that point. That's so crazy. Wow. And she said, so did she get into something Candace and Hunter bought that day? Pills Jody Sue was giving Candace and Grandma, or Grandma's stash? Jody Sue was stalking Grandma. Okay, here's more information. Jody Sue was stalking Grandma because she knew she was getting pills. But they were only hydros, and she was disappointed. Hydras means hydrocodones. So they're like, a low on the totem pole. They're a narcotic, but they're low on the totem pole. They're like Vicodin or Loratab. And, people who are into pills are going to want something a little bit stronger So I guess Jody Sue, I mean, if this is all like alleged, once again, if Jody Sue had, was using or had a problem with pills, I mean, I'm sure she gets some prescribed too. But if she was, she would have, hydrocodones wouldn't have done anything for her, really. I mean, it would have, you'd be taking more, it's mostly Tylenol. Okay. And I said, OMG, wow. So Jody Sue bought grandma's pills. So it was like a back and forth type of deal. They would all sell to each other. Thank you so much for keeping me updated. You have no idea how much I appreciate it because I trust you and know you're not full of shit. Okay. She said, grandma's good pain pills come from up north, Illinois or Wisconsin. She would brag about them and swear she'd pay Jody Sue back with pills of the same quality. I said, okay. So did Grandis go to a doctor in Wisconsin that would prescribe her stronger pills? And she said, so when she came home from the visit that morning and had rinky-dink hydros, Jody Sue was pissed. I'm telling you everything as it was told to me from blank. I wish there was a way to sit down for an interview. Okay, let me say this again. I wish there was a way to sit down blank for an interview. I can't read that next statement either because you'll know who this information is coming from. I mean, you can use your imagination. You might know, some of you that's been watching this channel for a while might know who this person is if you pay close attention. Because I have told you like how she gets this. I have kind of mentioned it before. So if you're a faithful Zigster, then you might know. Anyways. Okay, she said, yeah, the pain clinic she's an established patient at is in Illinois or Wisconsin. I don't know which of the two. She does have legitimate conditions that qualify her for the clinic. I said, oh, wow. So Jody Sue definitely was up on that hill the afternoon after Candace came back from swimming and taking Candace to the doctor. I meant after taking Grandis to the doctor. It's because I misspoke. I said Candace, even though her name's really Candace anyways, but we don't call her that. Anyways, I said also, yeah, I agree. She probably does have legitimate conditions, but she's not supposed to be selling them to Jody Sue or trading them. LOL. I know you probably agree. Okay. Sorry. Let me take a drink here. Okay. She says, no, she was up early morning and then stalked their driveway from her driveway, waiting for them to come back. Candace and Grandma were saying how she's down there watching, and I believe Candace drove back down to meet her in the driveway. She wasn't seen on the hill again until after Robin and them left after midnight on June 15th/June 16th. And then she said, oh my God, no, those pills aren't meant to be diverted. I'm not sure Grandma had any intentions of ever paying her back in pills anyways. She just used that as a lure, it sounds. Jody Sue doctor shopped in different states for pills. That was her words, and this is all alleged, once again. And I said, OMG, wow. So do you still believe that law enforcement are not looking into Jody Sue for Summer's disappearance, but instead drugs? And she said, and she was making meth in 2 liter Mountain Dew bottles in that shack. That's why she slept in there. Those things can freaking blow up. I said, OMG, I thought you meant she was making it at a location of Brad's. I'm glad you cleared that up for me, LOL, but that is even worse. She said, there's definitely a strong drug element as to why they're looking at Jody Sue. It's hard to say about Summer. Dawn is almost completely cleared of it, and it feels like they don't think Candace did anything, but isn't telling the whole truth. I said, oh my God, so it's true. The rumor that Dawn is cleared, or almost. I heard something similar yesterday. She said, no, the way it sounds is Brad was strictly just swapping out their dirty money. I don't think he is involved in any drug running. Wow. And then I say, wow, but Candace has to be involved somehow, right? That's still crazy, though, about Jody Sue and Brad, about the part of them possibly knowing each other before Summer's disappearance, because that changes everything. Do you think law enforcement has interviewed Brad in relation to Summer? And she said, if someone close to Dawn told you he's cleared, then it's very likely true. He begged the boys to tell him. And okay, he begged, she's talking about Dawn. She said, Dawn begged the boys to tell him and the police if they know anything that they're not telling. And I said, oh man, dude, sorry, I say dude so much. That is good to know. I really hope that's true. Okay. She says, Candace has to be involved, in my opinion, or at least know something. At the very least, she got high and blacked out and someone grabbed Summer from the truck, or she left Summer in the truck and she died and Candace drove her off somewhere. It's hard to say with Brad. I would think they would have contacted him after he claimed the PIs told him she was hiding in Indiana. That dumbass, she says, that dumbass brought all the heat on himself. He's like that Ernie guy. They're known con artists that keep coming back like nothing happened. And I said, I know, right? I was going to say that there's no way Candace doesn't know. My mind would be blown if she's 100% innocent. I mean, if she's 100% innocent, then I will make sure to raise money to help her financially for a year to apologize for what all I've said. And guys, I truly mean that. I truly mean that. She says, there's no way, at the very least, she knows what happened to Summer and either where Summer is or who assisted her in disposal. And then I give some theories. I say, I don't know if I want to mention who my theory is of who could have helped with that. She said, and then she answers, possibly, and she said either something happened with H or something happened with Grandis and Jody Sue. I said, and the boys said Summer was in the back of the truck when they got home. Oh, that was added to, never mind. I said that, you guys, that's not gonna make sense to you because it was added to who I was saying, like, at first I had mentioned that, you know, who could have possibly helped Candace, but then I realized that probably wasn't the case because the boys had supposedly did see Summer in the back of the truck, you know, sleeping when they got home, and the door was left open, and they said they figured she was alive or knew she was alive because of movement, like she had moved when she was sleeping. So that's the only way that the only reason why supposedly they think that she was alive, because they feel like she changed positions in the back of the vehicle. Okay. She said, yeah, she was sleeping in the back and Candace left the passenger side door open. I said, I wonder what kind of drugs she could have got into. I was referring to Summer. She says she changed positions somehow or moved in some way that made her appear to be alive, to the kids at least. I said, I mean, if Candy was, and I meant Grandis. I said, if Grandis, I'll just say this, if Grandis was only getting hydros, then I doubt Summer would pass away from taking one or even a few of those. She says they prescribe hydros to kids for root canals. I've never heard of anyone overdosing on them. And I said, right, unless it's from overdosing from the Tylenol in them, but it would take a lot. And she says, right, that's what makes me think fentanyl. Oh, thank you so much, Jada. That's so sweet of you. Thank you so much. Okay. I said, very interesting. And that would add to the reason why Jody Sue is acting suspect. Maybe they got whatever Summer got into from Jody Sue. Let me take a drink. Okay, she says, that's what I thought all along. There's a reason why Jody Sue is trying to discredit everything anyone says. She even tried to say Wyatt was lying when the cops were there on the 15th and Candace refused to speak to them. Jody Sue wasn't even there. She didn't come up until after Robin left, and that was well after midnight. And then I said, okay, because this lady did come on my panel a long time ago, but I told her that I think I'm coming down there next month, and I asked her if there's any ideas on what I should do, and and then I told her that I remembered who told me something about Dawn being cleared, that it was Pamela Sanchez. Let me see if because the rest of the stuff is like her giving me ideas on like what I could do while I'm down there. I said, so people are completely wrong talking shit about how that people shouldn't be speaking on the boys. She goes, 100% wrong. These boys are every bit victims as much as Summer. Not talking about them is like pushing them to the side as if they don't matter. People on YouTube hide behind privacy, but I promise you, they'd be telling everything if they had a close source. I said, what about talking about possible SA? Does that embarrass the boys? Or the possible inappropriate relationship between H and their mom? She said, I haven't heard of any. I have to watch how I say this here because it's got to also reference. Let's see. She said, I still haven't heard there being any, reference as far as she says about mom and H, like that embarrassing them. She said, talking about sexual things is taboo or shameful, and they don't make that connection. She goes, it certainly doesn't help either when we're told that their mother was hitting, grabbing, and pinching their private parts. It's just regular abuse, and there needs to be. So they were told that it's not considered sexual abuse, and they can't charge Candace with that because there needs to be gratification in order to it to be considered abuse or sexual abuse. Okay. And I said, oh my God, that's crazy. And I said, and I asked her, they're not getting picked on. I asked if they're getting picked on because of the H and Candace thing. She said, sort of, But kids were asking them about it, but Wyatt acts like he legitimately doesn't know. I said, didn't the boys see stuff weird between Candace and H? She said, not to my knowledge. And I don't know if it's because they don't understand what too close is, or if they're too afraid, or if they really didn't see anything. And I said, in my early CPS Live that you saw, that lady told me that the boys did witness some things that were not normal. And she said, I always got the feeling I wasn't getting that whole story on H, and it ate at me. She goes, I was going to say, I seriously don't remember. I have to change the wording around here because it mentions names. I seriously don't remember blank telling or saying anything about H. I had to go back to my notes, and I don't see anything. That was one of the most frustrating things. A lot of what I was told matches up, but oh, okay. She's talking about here in this paragraph that I'm about to read. She's talking about my live earlier on that everybody calls like the CPS dump or whatever, which was, by the way, hearsay from somebody. It was not. I did not see reports. Just saying that once again. But it looks like the lady was actually who she says she was, because it seems like the information seems to be pretty correct. She goes, a lot of what I was told matches up with your live, but but instead of scabies and body lice, I was told chiggers. I said, I'm sure Candace was careful so the boys didn't tell Dawn about H. But you heard they had head lice, right? She said, yeah, head lice for sure. Oops. Yeah, head lice for sure. Hold on, let me see what. No, it's correct, May. It is true. It's absolutely true. As far as, yeah, that's correct. You're in it has to be, there has to be sexual gratification for it to be considered sexual abuse, unfortunately. But it's still abuse, and it's still, yeah, there's still charges for it. Child abuse. But and they're mad. That's what she's saying. She's upset about it because she feels like it should be that. And that's why you're sitting there, why you think like, oh my God, like that doesn't sound right, you know? Because like that's how she feels too. She's feeling like it doesn't seem, that's not right, like it should be. But I guess in order for it to be considered that, there has to be the gratification part. It has to be done. The abuse has to be done for sexual reasons. I know, and I think, to me, but she was hitting them there and doing that because she knew it really hurt for a boy. And that's just terrible. You know, she did it to inflict pain. That's, I guess the law looks at it like the intent, like what was she was doing it to inflict pain. I'm guessing. I don't know. That's the only way I could why I can look at it like that, but it's yeah, sadistic is a good word. Okay, so I asked her. Okay, so I just read that. I said, I'm sure Candace was careful so the boys didn't tell Dawn about H. And then I asked her, but you heard they had head lice, right? She said, yeah, head lice for sure. The body stuff they called chiggers, and Dawn would dump gas from the lawnmower gas can on them and kerosene. And I said, yep, I heard the kerosene thing also. She goes, I'd love to get my hands on that report though. And I said, I know, right? So, and that was the end of our conversation. It was like a lot to go through. It was a lot of things to consider. Oh, she did send me some very much proof, guys. Oh, man. She sent me like absolute proof that she worked for the sheriff's department for 27 years. The girl from last night, she told me not to show it, please. She said the last two are from the police memorial. My hair had grown back out. Okay, because the one picture she has short hair and the other she has long, but I could tell it's like the same person. Wow. And in this picture, she's holding a plaque and she's standing with Lawson, by the way. In this, I thought, wow. She's standing right next. And let me tell you, the plaque has her name that I know her by on the plaque. I see it right here. And it says, thank you for 27 years of dedicated service. Maybe I can like I'm going to zoom in. Maybe I could just show the part of the plaque where it doesn't show, like I'll crop out and show you I'm not going to show you the part that shows her name. I'm not going to show you anything that shows like that can identify who she is. But her herself told everybody her name was Michelle. So, you know, it's okay for me to say that. But this is a very zoomed in picture. She also sent me a picture of her and Chief Tony Allen. She sent me two pictures of her with Lawson, and the one with her holding the plaque was a like a thank you plaque that I'm about to show, like just part of it, only the part that says thank you for the 27 years of dedicated service. And I'll show at the top. I'll also show the top of the plaque because I can't, or actually I could just, here, I'll show the whole plaque, but I'll just redact it. Her name. That way you guys can see. I'm just doing what I can, guys. You know what I mean? But at the same time, like respecting her wishes. Because, you know, I like to make, you know, I don't like to, keep anything from you guys. But I also like want to, you know, if you want people to tell you stuff, then you have to respect what they're asking you not to do. But I will show, I'll show the half of the picture that shows him. I'll show the half of the picture that shows Lawson. Yeah, so let me I'm redacting that real quick. Her name from it. Then I'll show the part of the picture that shows her or him, I'm sorry. And need to redact that one too because it has the plaque in it. So I have to take out the part that has her name. Okay, now I have to email it to myself. You guys know how this goes. So what do you guys think? I'll be done doing this in 1 second. I love that she sent this. This really, really makes me, I mean, this really, it helps a lot. And this that I'm about to show, for those who were not here earlier, when I was talking about this, so you know, it doesn't have anything to do with this lady that the text conversation that I was talking about today. But what I'm about to show is proof that the lady from last night worked 27 years at the Hawkins County Police Department or Sheriff's Department, and that she is who she's saying she is. Okay. So that was from last night. The lady who said that Lawson wants us to find out why Candace did not call law enforcement for 4 hours. Wow. Thank you so much for sending this. If you're listening, doubt she is. I know she's out eating with, but this is very helpful. Okay. So this says right here, and it has her name that she goes by underneath that purple, and a name she's told me this whole time. She used to go by her real name in groups and stuff. Okay. So yeah, so this is great. And there he is, the man himself, with that same plaque and her next to him. So you guys know I'm all about like proving what I'm saying, because I saw some, it bothered me yesterday. I was really happy that, a bigger channel like Chasing Truth shared that information that Michelle had told us. But I saw some of the comments, and I know which channel they came from. Of course, it was like they just like took over her post and were like talking about how, I've spread rumors and misinformation. And it's like, they just stated that, but did not say what. And they said, oh, we can't trust it because it comes from Ziggy's. I mean, I don't see why not? Like, I am, first of all, I always correct myself if I make a mistake. I also try to be, remind people like, hey, like, make sure you remember that this is like, take it as you will, don't take it as fact, just do with it what you want. But you should always look into things yourself. I mean, when you hear, there is so much, guys. And I understand though why people, I get what those people were saying, but I don't get why they specifically say me. The only thing that why they would say me specifically is because they don't like me. That's the only reason. The thing is, guys, always right is right and wrong is wrong. It does not matter who says it. Okay. It doesn't matter if it's somebody you like, somebody you don't like. If something's the truth, it's the truth. If something happened, it happened, no matter who it came from. Okay. And I notice that a lot here on YouTube. It's like, wow, how much I see people like just immediately discredit people just because of the person, because they don't like the person, but nothing, for no other reason. Like, and a lot of times it goes along with the misinformation thing. People are going by, things they hear from others or, their favorite creators or whatever. And they just take it as fact, and they don't compare it with anything else anybody else is saying, and that is incredibly important because context is everything, and even listening to little clips of things, it doesn't give you the 100% story. You need context to understand why that was done or why that was said. And then, like what was done before, what was done after, it could change everything. Oh, thank you, Saints Rock. Oh yeah, Candace can still be accountable. That whole part about like them thinking, possibly that Candace is, you know, like I said, to that lady in those text messages I just read. And by the way, I have seen proof that this lady those text messages I just read is she's who she says she is. And I've seen text messages of hers between I I wish I could like freaking show you guys. I mean, I guess you'll just have to take my word for it on that one. Or not. It's up to you, but it is what it is. Okay. On the information from today, it sure as hell, as far as me, somebody who's been following this case from the beginning, seems legitimate and seems to make some sense and answers questions on why certain things were done. Still doesn't answer the question, though. Why did Dawn take that freaking vehicle that day? Because you would think that vehicle would have been, well, they were both driving, I guess, far away. So it wouldn't have mattered who drove it because, I guess if it had better mileage on it than Grandis's vehicle, it wouldn't have really mattered because he was also 40 minutes away or something like that. Oh, thank you guys so much. You saw her. Oh, did you, Aisha? Well, I just want to that was on her, if that happened, that's not my fault or something, I just want to try to respect her wishes on not showing. She didn't want me to show the pictures, but I figured it was okay to show this part, and mark out, have her cut her out, and also show up a close up of the plaque that you could see that it says 27 years of service. Okay, you have to. I know, I get it. Trust. I totally understand why people feel like they need proof and stuff, and I think that's important. I feel like you do, because I understand, because it's like there's so many people that just say things with this case. They just go around and say things, and there's people who they love the attention that they get for going on people's channels and making up stuff. And a lot of times it can sound believable until they say that one thing that makes you connect the dots and be like, you're full of shit, dude. But the thing is, if you're not following the case super closely, and a lot of people aren't going to know that person's full of shit. And it's just not right when it comes to a missing child, or even anybody missing, or something to do with a case at all of unjust. It's just not right for somebody to get on YouTube or, anywhere and give out wrong information purposely, just because it gets attention or it gets money or it gets views. You guys know how I feel about that, with that whole Daisy thing and stuff, and how pissed I got, because it's it keeps happening. And I understand that, she's a new creator too, because I made so many mistakes, and I'm still learning. That's one of the reasons why, with my first live that I've, got so much, one of my first lives I got so much shit on, with the CPS thing, I didn't, say enough, how it was important. I did say this, but I didn't say it enough. And I have this live about, doing your own research and making sure, just take it as how you want. It's really important to let people know it's alleged and not 100% fact. Even with this here, even though we know this lady right here from the information last night with the 4 hours is definitely who she says she is. And I 100% believe her. Definitely. Now I 100%. I mean, I always trusted her, but now when she shows me absolute proof that she has did work for the sheriff's department for 27 years. You know, but still, even then, though, you guys are you're kind of partially relying on me being honest. Okay. Also, but the main thing is we didn't hear it straight from Lawson. Okay. And he's not allowed to go. I don't think I don't know. Wouldn't it, would he be allowed to go out and say something like that publicly? Like, why didn't they call law enforcement? Or would that be taint too much of public opinion? Or what do you guys think? What did you say about, I'm not sure how long she retired. She told me, I think, but I'm not going to ask that because that's just going to give people, that's why I marked out the date at the bottom so people couldn't use that as a reference. Guys, I don't know. I don't want people freaking harassing the sheriff's department, even though it's probably going to already happen. People are going to, so I don't want it. I'm going to try to, I don't want to put it, because that would tell exactly. This already is enough to really figure it out. Lawson said that? Really? Where at, Kathy? Wait, the chat's jumping so much. Maybe I should have slowed down chat. I'm sorry. And maybe you guys were asking me that because, but I let me at least slow it down a little bit. I don't do the whole 2-minute thing. I hate when I go into chat and it's like you got people asking you questions and you feel like you're being rude because you can't respond because it's on every 5 minutes. Yeah. Well, yeah, he never said they took 4 hours to call 911. So it is new, but I understand if he did say, I would love to hear that. It would definitely fit in with everything we're saying right now. If there is a clip of Lawson saying that she went missing early afternoon. Now we just played Crime Stories Obsessed. Maybe we'll go ahead and do it again because I that was earlier and before we went over this and there was much less people in here. But she clipped where Leslie Earhart, I think that's her name. She clipped where Leslie had mentioned, and I think she works for the TBI. Well, it'll probably say when we start playing the video. I think she's TBI. But if mods can again share Crime Stories Obsessed channel, because we're going to play this one again. It's only a minute long, but it's really important. Super important.
We still don't know where Summer is. We don't know what happened to her, and it's extremely frustrating. I can't tell you how heartbreaking it is. The sheriff has worked around the clock. His team's worked around the clock. The search crews, TBI agents, FBI agents, we're doing everything we can to find her, but to not have any more answers than we do at this stage, it's just heartbreaking. Not any more than what we originally released. We know that her family reported her missing. They called the sheriff's office around 6:30. Prior to that, it was early afternoon when she was last seen, and they searched for a little bit and then reported her missing. they searched for a little bit and reported her missing.
Take a listen.
Off of Beach Creek should be the first residence on your ride. Reference to a missing 4-year-old. The parents have called in and advised that the mother had went for a walk, came home, now they can't find her. They've been yelling for her. She's been gone for about 10 minutes now.
So that was Crime Stories. It's obsessed. Did one of the mods drop that link, please? In case I forget to put it in the here. Maybe I'll go ahead and put it in the also in the description so people can reference it. So that's why some people think I see what people are thinking. And of course, I think a lot of the people, want to be like, oh, this isn't new, or whatever, just to be assholes. But the thing is, I get it. But I know a lot of people are saying it, that I've seen people say that are, I'm friends with and stuff. And they just, but so they don't mean it. A lot of people don't mean it like anything negative. Oh, thank you, Liplock. Good to see you. Anyways, I get that because I understand. I do agree. And this is also, what Justin was saying earlier. That's why I put the title is like, oh my God, is this case with Summer going to be solved soon? Because it's like all this information is like all of a sudden coming out. Lawson just, Michelle said Lawson had told her this. She spoke to him last week. So it was last week. Maybe he did that because he knew it would get out here, because now maybe they're super close. Maybe they're super close. So now, it just seems like a lot of stuff has been coming out like real recently, especially like Jody Sue stuff that it's like very, I don't know. It's very suspect, guys. Like, I understand. Now it makes sense. Everything is really starting to make sense. Like when it did not make sense before. Like Fred Hill, for instance. Like when I'm going out there, and he's talking about, he mentioned a lot about Jody Sue. And then I have Jody Sue, who never really contacted me before. We have spoke before in Messenger, like occasionally, just like but we didn't like, I don't bug people. Like, I'm not one that likes to bug people. I only will text somebody if it's like I have something I really, need to ask. I don't usually text people to just be like, hey, how's it going? Especially somebody that I'm not like friends with or, close to. I'm not going to just, so we didn't really, and she's, she didn't really talk to me like that. She had only been coming on my channel for a couple months. Like, as far as, because if you remember, like I said, in the very beginning, I had always was like, oh my God, she's so full of shit. And everybody was believing freaking Jody Sue at the time. And it was not the popular thing to go against that information and Jody Sue, because she was, she said she's a domestic, was in a domestic abuse situation. And so people felt bad for her and stuff. But you got to remember, like, just because somebody is going through that type of situation, it doesn't mean that they're like, that they don't do anything wrong ever. I'm not saying like she's a bad person, okay? Like, I'm not saying that. I'm just, what I'm saying is it helps figure out, like, her actions shows me that she possibly she was just suspect. Like she was like sus. The way she was acting to me, I felt it. My intuition was telling me something, and I had to tell you guys, like, and at that time, Jody Sue was coming in my chats like every single time. And I was careful what I said because at first, yeah, I was totally like, no way, that's such bullshit. I got so much hate email about it than any other person. Like, I got so much hate about me. I'm discrediting the scream at the very beginning. I mean, as far as emails and stuff, and they thought I was just like a horrible for not speaking out for. They thought I was horrible for speaking out that I didn't believe it. And I knew like it wasn't the popular opinion at the time, but and I'm talking very early on when she first said it. Or, you know, that doesn't, it just doesn't make sense. I don't understand why people would believe that. It just does not make sense. Because that would have been something that would have been mentioned right away. That's just like the grandest going to the water hole or the swimming hole that day. And that didn't come out right away. I mean, that's another thing that immediately I was like, what the hell? But that wasn't as much of a what the hell as the Jody Sue thing, because the swimming hole thing, it wasn't mentioned like at the very, very beginning, but it was mentioned very early on. Like it was mentioned shortly after, you know, it was so, but it still, to me, it didn't seem right. Okay. And this scream thing with Jody Sue, yeah, didn't believe, but she started coming around my chats and stuff. And she came on my panel one day. And that's when I kind of like changed, like how I was feeling about her. I was like, okay, like, you know, let's give her a chance. You know what I mean? And I was honest. And because people would come in there and be like, oh, you talk shit about Jody Sue and now you're blah, blah, blah. I'm like, and I was honest. I didn't sit there and deny it. Yeah. I you know, when she was in the chat, I'm like, yes, I did feel like that. And I did question the scream. You know, but she one day came on my panel, and then from there for like a period of a couple months, she was on my panel like quite often. It's sometimes like for every day for, you know, at times for a while. And that was also, you know, everybody's talking about Green Eyes right now. Well, we got this many people in chat. Let me address Green Eyes. People are trying to figure out who he is and stuff. Like, anybody that's a sub from this channel that's been here for a while remembers when I started getting calls from Green Eyes. I was the very first person who mentioned anything about the dude because remember, like Griff got mad at me because I accused him of being that Green Eyes because I thought he sounded like him, and it caused this whole horror, you know, I mean, Griff was like really going after me at the time, but he was already going after me at the time. So when I received the calls from Green Eyes, the first day he called me was the very first time that Jody Sue came on my panel. It was that same day. This was last year, probably like October, November at the latest. And he started calling, and they weren't obviously nice calls. I answered the phone here when I was on my panel. Well, many times the way you guys were listening, because he would blow up my phone constantly. It was constant. And anyways, as far as the next thing I knew, once I think he might have been also, the reason why he was able to get my number was because of Benny. He got my number from, Benny didn't give it to him, but Benny had doxed me at the time and he got it that way. You know, it's whatever. It is what it is. It's fine. I'm over it. But that's how he got it. And I think that's why I was the lucky recipient or the lucky winner of, him harassing me. But also, it was the same day that Jody Sue was on my panel. And I don't know, though, he might have been calling Jody Sue like even before he started calling me, because he has been hurt. It took us, me and Jody Sue were we did talk in Messenger a little bit about that, because we were exchanging information, because it seemed like we were trying to figure out if the same guy calling me was the same guy calling like her. Not, it wasn't calling her. He wasn't calling her, I don't think, at that time. He was calling Andy, I think. And or like Andy's parents or something like that. I don't think at that time, if I remember right, because if I would have just played his voice to her and been like, is this him, Anyways, but it wasn't. I do know that he did start calling her like very soon after. He somehow but when he started doing these things like very early on, he come in the chats when he had the crow on his profile, okay? How we figured out, and I don't remember who it was, but it was back last year. It could have been me. It could have been somebody else showed me. But I do remember seeing the person on Facebook who used to go by Daryl Jacobs that would, constantly write so many messages all over Don's Facebook and Candace's Facebook like crazy. I mean, all over. And you look for the crow, he would use that same picture. So that's how we finally tied it to him. And he did admit that that's him, because he, in one of his calls to me, he yelled at me because he claimed I doxed him because I told everybody he was that Daryl Jacobs guy. Now, do I know for a fact that's his real name? No. However, when he was, and I probably have screenshots and I'll probably have to go through, I do need to look. When he very first, like he did have his picture on his profile. So I know what he looks like. He has one eye that's got, like, I don't know if it's lazy eye or one eye's messed up. He's like got like a goatee that's like, I think it's like red. He's kind of scary looking. He's probably mid 30s, possibly like up to 40. He told me he has a daughter. So he's not like Jackie Dobbs. He's not Fred Hill. He's not, I mean, there's been so many like people trying to, he's just, and he also lives in South Carolina. He is somebody, and the reason why I know that is just because of his Facebook. He wasn't good enough at hiding everything. I'm pretty good at like connecting dots, okay? And that's yeah, I'm good at that, but I'm definitely not observant. However, he is, I don't know if, I think he's just somebody that became obsessed with the case and possibly has some mental issues. I don't think that he's anybody really like tied to the case. He just truly believes like his fixation is really on Jody Sue. You go to his Facebook and you see he has a Facebook that has like pictures of me on it. It's creepy, but not as creepy as I'm sure Jody Sue feels, because his whole page is like tons of pictures of her and her whole family, her kids, her ex, his parents. Cher is on. He put pictures of Cher on there. He put pictures of Benny. He put let's see, what other creator did he put on there besides me, Cher, Benny? I'm thinking there was like one or two more. But that's who he is. And, he's not like, because I do think it was interesting though. People were thinking Jackie Dobbs like Ty because he was calling that dog Green Eyes. Well, that's like, I mean, I understand why he was calling that dog Green Eyes, because his eyes were really bright. It was a beautiful dog. somebody messaged me, don't you think it's weird that Green Eyes was harassing the lady who was talking to Jody Sue's Andrew? Who was the lady that was talking? Oh, no. Do I think that's weird? No, because he does that to whoever he can get this, like, okay, that's like tied to the case. In any way, who covers the case. And I don't think so. As long as he can get somebody's number, like, for instance, he'll get in good with, like, somebody's, like, he tried asking me for phone numbers. Okay. He'll wait till somebody's doxxed and he'll grab that. And, like, he started calling Benny. That's the same person that was calling me. And I don't know if there's really, I don't know. He seems to like Crystal's crime time. I don't know if they're, probably because he really has a thing, like, he really believes that Jody Sue knows more than she's saying. Like, and maybe there is some truth to that, but I don't think he has any, like, personal insight that anybody else can't get, like, by, research and, talking to people closer to the case. I don't think he's, like, I don't think he's a local, even though he tried telling me that when I was in Tennessee. I think it was all just bullshit. I really believe he's in South Carolina. But so I'm not saying anything about that Crystal's crime time. That would be the reason why he would probably like her, is because she doesn't, she puts out stuff about Jody Sue. So, and he really slowed down harassing me once I spoke out about Jody Sue and my experience when I was in Tennessee. I haven't seen that lovely lyrics. He said that Summer had passed in the water accident. I don't know. Dobbs was from Georgia. I think you're right. He does have Dobbs does have ties to Georgia, but Sarah Me, he was, well, I get she's probably using psychology on him. I don't know if I'll be like hard on her for that, because I kind of did the same thing and it works with him. Is you talk to him just like you talk, you're just like, I talked to him like one day, like when I was in Tennessee, I finally answered the phone instead of just hanging it up if I accidentally answer it, because he would it didn't matter. I blocked all his phone numbers. He would just make new ones. And it was still letting him leave voicemails, even though he was blocked, which I was like, what the heck? Can I block somebody from being able to leave voicemails too or something? Anyways, I answered the phone one day knowing it was him. And I just said, he starts on his bullshit, like threatening, and it's actual threat. He can get in real big trouble. I told him that. I talked to him. I'm like, dude, what are you doing? You can get, you don't need to go to jail over this. It's not worth it over this case. Like, and just talk to him like that. Just like human being, talk to him like, and he just like, I don't know. It's crazy. It works automatically. So that works with them if you just start talking to him. And I'm sure that Jody Sue would like him to not, stop trying to figure out information on her and stuff. So I think that she probably has some. And I did that because I didn't want him to, I'm trying to get him to stop harassing me, at the time. And I'm sure she's not wanting him to, like, dig up. I mean, the way she was when I went to Tennessee seemed like it really seemed like she was making me, she knew, because she knows. It's not hard to see that I'm like I'm pretty easy to manipulate sometimes, like as far as like for somebody who would be like a narcissist, or I'm more of I guess I'm like a pushover, really, as far as I and I think, people see that it's easy to be seen. And, when Jody Sue was messaging me, she was like telling me how, and I'm super sensitive too. And she was telling me how if I talked to people on Ben Hill, that there was going to be people that get murdered or hurt. And, and making me feel like real bad. And I also told her that, that I wanted to hear Andy's story, that I was thinking of trying to get a hold of him when I was down there, because I wanted to hear his story. I knew it. People would give me shit because, he was an abuser, according to Jody Sue. And, so I knew it would cause people would give me shit. But the thing is, we want to know where Summer is. And in order to try to figure that out, we need to talk to people who knew Summer and was close to the situation. And that's just like a little piece of the puzzle. And that's why, it's not about like having to be besties with whoever you speak to or have on your panel. It's all for the common goal, like, others have said. Oh, thank you, Connie. You just learned about it, Chasing Justice? See, that's why people are like, yeah, people are just now learning about Green Eyes, really. And it's crazy. If you guys go to, I mean, he called me several times. I mean, there's been times where I was live, like, very early on. Last year and stuff, he was calling me. It's right when Benny was coming at me like crazy. Look up videos when Griff was coming after me around that time. Because I talked about the situation a lot then, because I was just sure that it was Griff, because and I know Griff's from down that area, but this guy has had pictures on his Facebook, and it's not, they don't look like Griff. So so I apologized like several times for that, but he still gave me shit. But anyways, but I was so sure because they sounded exactly the same. They had that like deep, like raspy voice. And, like, you could tell they both smoke or had smoked. They just sounded so similar. And at the time, like, Griff was going after me. So it just, and I knew it wasn't Benny. He didn't sound anything like Benny. So I was like, I just, and the first call that I got from Green Eyes, he said something similar to what Griff said, like, accused me of like exploiting Summer Wells or something like that. So so yeah. You remember real well? Yeah. He had Ziggy very, yes, he scared me. That's who scared me. He sounds scary, guys. Like, holy shit. Bad. At first, yeah, he really scared me. Like, people want to act like, oh, I was torn up or scared about Benny. No, I wasn't. I never said that, ever. I mean, there's times I cried because it was a stressful situation. I was new to YouTube. I had a lot of people coming at me. Yeah. But as far as being scared of him, I was never scared of Benny. I don't know how many times I have to freaking say that. Then that's not why I moved either. I don't know where that rumor came from either. It was an added benefit because I was doxxed and my address would be different. it was an added benefit that nobody would know my address, or at least they didn't at that, at that time. Right? It's not a game. Oh, I have them, Debbie, I have them all saved in a file. Why is Candace hiding now? Well, I hear as of last night, supposedly, but of course, anything that comes from Ernie in that group, we have to really, that's, I don't, yeah. Supposedly, they say, I don't know who said this, but that supposedly Candace is staying with Ernie's girlfriend, Tiffany Tankerly, or whatever her name is. That's the new rumor. But others, to me, I just thought she was over at that Kathy person's house, like a lot of other people were saying. Killer Looks was timed out? Yeah, hold on, let me see. I'm sure it had to be an accident. She said okay, hold on. So okay, what was I went to, of course I got distracted because somebody was, I'm reading all the messages I have right now, and I was going to go check on something. Now I freaking forget. Did I tell you guys? I can't remember. Oh, Killer Looks. Thank you. Because I know Killer Looks didn't say anything bad. That had to have been a misunderstanding. And I trust my mods, so I don't believe that it would have been done like. So Green Eyes, or not Green Eyes. Oh my God, sorry. Killer Looks. If you hear this, I'm sorry. I'm sure it was accident. I'm trying to scroll up and see what it was or what happened, but it won't let me scroll up enough. Didn't Jody Sue? Yes, she did call him Mad Hatter, Kaliga. She did call Green Eyes Mad Hatter, and that's why he sometimes calls himself Hatter now. Wow, not. Oh, okay. Lady CG said she accidentally timed you out, Killer Looks. And so yeah, she said she's so sorry. I told her, yeah, I get it. I've done that before. So Lady CG would never do that purposely. I was reading a message that was okay. So because it's in response, somebody was saying it to Killer Looks. Oh no, it's to me. From Not Some Dumb Blonde says, after Doug felt sorry, got her Cashapp for ? Cancer, and then figured, okay. Oh, wait, hold on. After Doug felt sorry and got her Cashapp for cancer and then figured out she was phony and got away, she said she's putting all in kids' names just in case anything happens. Wow. Well, yeah, but yeah, she said that's because of her health, but I remember that. But now it's like, wow, does it mean more than that? Does she, you know what I mean? Is there somewhere else that she might think that she could possibly be going? Jody Sue was telling how she and Fred Hill have a good laugh about what they do to YouTubers. They keep in touch. Sick, of course, dirty, deleted. Really, Grammy Luli? Yeah, she would want to think that, wouldn't she? She would want people. That's why anytime people say, and what I said yesterday on Benny's, I'm glad you mentioned that, Grammy, because that's why every time somebody, discredits freaking Fred Hill, because they'll say, oh, he's, he just jokes around and stuff. The reason why I get upset is because it's coming from freaking Jody Sue. Now it's okay if you've come to that conclusion because of research and people you've talked to and people that know him and stuff, but going by what Jody Sue says, who clearly has a motive, is not reliable. She totally has a motive for wanting everybody to believe Fred Hill is, lies, which he might very well do. He might lie all the time. But don't discredit him because of what Jody Sue says. Please use other sources too in relation to that, because so irritating. There's things that Fred Hill said that is very important in my opinion. And I mean, for one, that's been coming out lately is the swim. There's no way he lied about everything he told us or told me. I mean, just little details of the swimming pool up there and Jody Sue's son swimming in it with Summer, just and saying that it was up there, days before Summer went missing. And then now it's just disappeared. So, Crime Stories Obsessed just posted something new. Thank you, C12, for sending that to me. And Crime Stories said I could play this video earlier, so I'm sure she's fine with me playing this one too. But if you guys don't mind to possibly, let's see. Looks like it was just posted, but I have it up on my phone. I was trying to pull it up on the computer too. Why can't I find it on my? Please, if you can, it's only a minute long. If you guys could also click on it and give it a view. I'll put the link in the chat, and maybe just so she gets the view from it too, because I'm curious to know what this is. But I want it. She just released it, and I want her to get the views. So could you guys also just click on it for me, please? It's only a minute. Because I want to play it here. I mean, it's only fair. You know what I mean? So if you guys can, I'm going to play this now, but I'm going to drop the link also. If you could maybe click it and maybe, I don't know, just watch it yourself on your phone and then come back. Or I don't know, however you want to do it. I just want to give her the views also.
Road, so I was off of 11W, it's going to be about 3/4 of a mile. Down Shop Tag. There's a maroon truck appears to be abandoned, partially in the roadway.
Go ahead.
36, I know you're out at the ER. I just received a call advising there's two kids, approximately a 7-year-old and a 4-year-old, standing on the side of the road. Going to be right around the East Tennessee Iron and Metal, waving at cars as they go by. No adults are around. They're close to a blue house.
10-4, I'll get them when I clear here.
10-4, he's going on a patrol check of 2 children on 66 South, standing by the roadway with no adults.
It clears that pretty good. Give that to me well. So, other traffic go here a little bit. 347.
47.
10-8, 1 and 2 in Rutherford.
Oh, okay. So I don't know if that it was. I don't know if that had anything really to do with Summer, but okay. I wanted to hear it. It said it was titled like it did. So, but I don't think so. What are you? Do you guys think that has anything to do with Summer? Because it said interesting police audio from the 15th of June. She's probably listening back to you can listen to scanners and stuff like that. Like you can she probably was listening to it back on June 15th at the time, around the time that Summer was reported missing, to see what she could hear. And probably heard that and was just. They said mother went on a walk. Candace says she won't walk around there, right? Yeah, it said 4 and 7-year-old. I think she's implying that it was the Wells kids. The pool that Leslie took was just one at the smaller kiddie pools, I thought. I could be wrong. Oh, did Leslie say she took a pool? Is Green Eyes really in here? You guys, there was this creepy. Benny played it on his channel. Like, oh my God. After I got off the live last night, I see this I noticed I went on YouTube a lot of times. I'll just like watch videos until I pass out. And Benny had posted a video from Jackie Dobbs. He has started to do YouTube, or I guess he has a YouTube channel and has been uploading lately. And let me see. What was his channel called again? I'll just go to my history. It's something, okay. Hold on, let me see here. Okay, it's called That Dobbs Guy. It's his channel, and I'll share it so you guys can, but there's one video of his that is super freaking creepy. Aw, thank you. I have cancer 2 times at 16 and 38, breast cancer. I was diagnosed with MS at 21, had numerous other health scares. I have never been told to stop my thyroid medication. Sorry, not sorry. It burns me up. So wait. So is Jody Sue? You know what? The only time I've seen Jody Sue is like clips. Like I watched her first live, like when true crime commentary had like put her out and introduced this all to her, basically, because that was the first time that she went on, and I watched one, and like after she mentioned that Scream thing, I just never listened to her again. So I've only seen clips like when she's played on other channels and stuff, or but did she say that she was told to stop taking her thyroid medicine? Oh, really? The other Sharon. Hey, reporter room. And there's Crime Stories Obsessed right there. Jackie Dobbs wrote JLR a letter, told him he is innocent. He is good, not to take legal action towards a YouTube creator. What? He is good, not to take legal action towards a YouTube creator. Oh no, I got Jackie. Thank you, Shays. Appreciate that. I have it. I have his video pulled up here. I'm sure people would love to have his channel, because if he's going to start posting, people, we should probably share his channel. You know what I mean? So here, it's his link. You're welcome if you want to share your channel, Shay. If you want one of the mods to share it, that's fine. I don't see a doc telling her to stop thyroid meds unless she has no thyroid now, but still will have to take something. Right? Did you see it? Chasing Truth? I know. I'm glad she showed that too. Like, that is like really important. Super important. As much as we, just in case, like, well, I'll show those pictures again. But thank you so much, Paint It Black. That was so generous and nice of you. And wow. I'm sorry about all the health scares you've gone through, though. Wow. Diagnosed with MS at 21 and then cancer 2 times. That's crazy. Wow. I know, not so dumb blonde, but you know how it's an addiction. It's kind of like, there's people, I mean, it happens all the time. People get like lung cancer and still continue to smoke. It's just, and it's hard to understand for people who don't have, never been addicted to cigarettes or think they're gross or whatever. It's hard for many people to understand why somebody would continue doing that, but that's how strong addiction is. And that should like show people, you have to try to think of something. Like, I can't understand it because I've smoked cigarettes before, but I've never been like addicted to them. I definitely now, oh gosh, I can't even, I can't stand them now. I haven't smoked for any cigarette or anything like that for years, probably like 6 years at least. But yeah, it's just an addiction, I guess. I know. So I'm going to play this here. There is once I get to the part, actually, I'm going to play the whole thing through. Okay. But there's one part in it that is super, super creepy. And I was laying in bed, all the lights out, listening to this. And I was like, wow, thank you so much, Benny, for now I'm scared out of my mind. It seemed like a freaking scary movie. It was so creepy, guys. So creepy. And you might not notice it the first time. I had to listen to it several times to hear it. But I will rewind it when the part I'm talking about. You probably won't hear it the whole first time, but I want to play the whole thing. And then I'll rewind back to the part I'm talking about because I don't remember the timestamp either. So I'll go ahead and play that.
Nothing like letting the butt run free. I'll be covered up with some videos before long. I'm just not used to talking into a camera, and I'm kind of shy. I do not care for this notoriety or this shithole I fell into, but it is what it is. Anyway, with malice toward none, this is Jackie and Elvis. Toward none.
Okay, so yeah, the breathing is not what I'm talking about. The breathing is not what I'm talking about because, like, I mean, even though it's that's not what I found incredibly creepy. Is after he says something about the butt, like nothing, I don't know, letting the butt, I have no idea what he was talking about. But after he says that, listen to when you hear those deep breaths. And about the 20-second mark, he said it, you can hear him say clearly, murderer. It's so creepy, it gives me chills. It's like murderer. Murderer. It's so creepy. Letting the mutt run free. Okay, nothing like letting the mutt run free. Okay, that would make sense. Sound like he said nothing like letting the butt run free. But listen again. I'm going to go over the part like several times, like the murderer part. It is so creepy. And I'll rewind it and keep going back because I know it's going to take, it took me several times to hear it. I'm like, what is everybody talking about? And then when I heard it, I'm like, oh my God. Like, it is creepy. Closed caption. It's clear. It is clear as a bell. Okay, I could try to see if I could. I don't know if closed caption thing would subtitles. Okay. All right. Let's see what it says. Like here.
butt run free. Nothing like letting the butt run free.
So yeah, it did sound like twice murder, and I mean it was just I'm sure I'm yeah I don't know. It was just crazy how clear it sounded like that he was saying that. Um, and also, what makes that why another thing that makes it weird? Let's listen to actually. Let me show you that at the very end too. He does something similar, but it's not something creepy that he says. Listen at the very end. He repeats something too. It's like, does he have some type of mental condition that makes him like say things like without knowing he's saying them? Like it where like Tourette's maybe. I don't know if that would be considered that's probably not a mental condition, but I don't know what that would be considered, but like at the end he says something like he lets out something too. He whispers he repeats something about okay here I'll play it like I'll start it where he starts to say it and then I'll do what I did with this one.
I'm kind of shy. I do not care for this notoriety or this shithole I fell into, but it is what it is. Anyway, with malice toward none, this is Jackie and Elvis. Toward none. Toward none. Toward none. Toward none. Toward none. Toward none.
He says at like toward none, he like repeats himself like at the end. And like I wonder if he was thinking like in his brain about like when he mentioned the murderer thing. It clearly to me, I feel like he did say it audibly. Because after that he starts talking about this Summer Wells thing and how he got all tied up in it. Maybe he was kind of thinking about this. I don't know how to explain that. But he says mutt. Yeah, he says mutt run free, but it says but. And like it sounded to me, you know, your brain, when you see that, it automatically relates like to what, but it makes sense that he says mutt. You think he says mutt run? No. I can try. I'll play it again and I'll try to listen just in case. I do not think it says mutt run at all. The word malice was used very oddly. Yeah. It does sound like butt to me, but that's my opinion. I guess it's kind of like I guess it's kind of just like, you know, that whole, you remember when that whole, like what color do you see? Like the dress, wasn't it like Jennifer Lopez who wore that dress? And some people would say it was like, it was weird because like half people would think that it was one color and the other half was saying it's this color. And people like swear like, no, it's not that color, it's this color. You remember? I guess it's kind of like that, like what we hear and what people are hearing. Like people swear they hear something. Like I swore I heard him say butt, and I'm seeing butt on the screen too. But, but, it does make sense that he's saying mutt. Just like some people think, or somebody was just saying how he said not murderer, he's saying mutt run. I'll play it again and try to, and now that you said that, and listen and see if I change my mind. I can see why you would say that. I do can see why you say that, but I still think I hear murderer. But maybe that's because like that's what I first heard, and that's what might clicked with me at first. That might be why it's hard for me to hear it differently now. But I can see the reason why I think it sounds more like murderer is because at the very end, and like it sounds like a like I don't know. See how people are now hearing mutt run. It sounds scary at first, but now it just sounds like me trying to get off my yoga mat. Oh man, you can hear both. Yeah, I could hear it. Yeah, captions can be way off. So wait, what does that say here? It's obvious who law enforcement is pinpointing to be sus. Candace gone, Granna's gone, Jody Sue's gone. If they had even an ounce of thought they had any involvement, they wouldn't have left. No, that's not true at all, Candy. How? No, why would you think that? Why would you think that if they had any ounce of involvement, that we, as law enforcement, spoke on that actually recently, and I see why you would say that, but they recently spoke about, I can't remember where it was. They're like, where they said like, there's nothing, what can we do about it? Like, maybe, I don't know who was I heard talking about it that was like law enforcement, but no, why would that, they're free. They're not convicted of anything. They're allowed to leave. You can't force somebody to stay there has to be charges. There has to be a reason you can't just like go off assumptions and make somebody, we're given a freedom by our forefathers. You can't just like do that, The detective who talked to Blowhorn. Hey, Dee Dee. But I do see, listen without looking at it is a good way that's definitely good. And just close your eyes, because then you have one less sense that you're using. You're not using your eyes. You know how they say like blind people can hear way better than people who can see, or if somebody's missing a certain sense, their other ones will be intensified because of having to make up for the lost sense of whatever it was. So like when you close your eyes and listen to things without like reading at the same time, that will help you really decide what your brain is hearing. Yeah. Senses heighten. He'll do it again. Yeah, unless law enforcement charges them, they're free to roam. That's the thing. But I totally understand what Candy is saying, because I did think that one time. Like, are they allowed to tell them that they can't leave the state? But really, when you really process it and think it out, it makes sense. Like, no, they can't. They can't tell them where to go, just like they can't tell us where to go. You know, right now they have the same freedoms that we do. I mean, if they're not on probation or any type of court order, then they are allowed to go from state to state. Now, if you're on probation, like Don, if he was out, for instance, right now, he would have to get court permission to leave the state, because anytime you're on probation, that's one of the guidelines or one of the rules is that you have to get permission. Nobody follows it, but you're supposed to. Somebody like him would be stupid not to get permission, because like it would be easier for people to find out because a lot of eyes are on him. Let's see. Wicked Bitch of the South. I have different YouTube names, Ziggy, but I have talked to you about Green Eyes and we know what kind of work he does now. Oh, really? Yeah. Did he used to DJ? Isn't he a DJ? What do you mean you found Green Eyes on your video, Shay? Dogs hit Jody Sue's feet. Yeah, that's another weird thing. Like, maybe, like why would Jody Sue, like, remember, because she was saying something about going into the creek, because I heard her say that herself, so I'm not going just by what other people were saying. I'm going by what she said about, and which is such an odd thing to say, is it not, about going into a creek to throw off dog smell, or so she wouldn't confuse the dogs. Like, what? What? That is so odd. Well, what does that mean? You know, like, what the hell do you mean by that? And also that, like, what would be it? What with her feet? Like, we've got to, like, there's got to be, I mean, in your feet too, like it would be different if, like, because I was wondering, like, the lady, that the messages I read earlier, and what she was saying about how her theory that I guess Grandis about meeting her at the bottom of the driveway or something. I don't know if it was her theory or was it her theory? You guys heard the messages too. I can't remember if it was her theory or if that's what she's been told, that Grandis met her at the bottom of the driveway. Like, possibly did Grandis drive the vehicle that when they just got home to the bottom of the driveway, like with Summer in the back still? I mean, because they took Grandis's vehicle, so that's probably the vehicle that she would drive down to the bottom of the driveway. And let me tell you, she would take a vehicle to the bottom of the driveway. She's not. I'm telling you, it was rough for me, even for my daughter as a teenager in good health, and young, walking up that driveway. I mean, it is a trek. It's not just the driveway, okay? Like, and it's not just the hill, I mean, to get up. It goes it's more like, once you go to the part that you see in videos and stuff, on top of that, get to the top where you think the end of the driveway is. No, there's a way further ways to go. So I'm telling you, Grandis is not walking down that. And I really don't believe Jody Sue would be walking up that driveway either. I think they would be probably meeting any time that, yeah, nobody's walking up that. I mean, the kids, I'm sure, do. And I'm sure they have, but if they have a choice to drive a vehicle, they're going to. Has Jody Sue explained why she waited in the creek? I thought, didn't she say? I swear she said to that she didn't want to throw off the scent of the dogs. Didn't that lady say in her text that Jody Sue wasn't even there to search? She said that Jody Sue wasn't even there that day, as far as like she wasn't on, because I asked her, like, oh my God, does that mean, do you think that, or I thought it meant that, like something she said, I can't think this, I'm sure it'll come to me here in a second. Something she said made me think, oh my God, that means that Jody Sue was on the property when they got home, because she had been waiting for them to get back from that appointment, according to this lady, because she wanted some of the, I guess Grandis owed her some pills, or what she was going to get some pills off her. She owed her some pills because, people who use pills or have an addiction to them, sometimes they'll trade each other and be like, oh, I'll give you, when they're getting prescriptions, they'll trade each other. Like, or if they run out, they'll get some off somebody else and be like, oh, I'll give you back this many. So it could have been something like that, or it could have been purchasing. So I thought when she told me about that Jody Sue was waiting for him to get back, that meant that Jody Sue was on the property. But she said no, that she doesn't think so, because the boys are said to have not seen Jody Sue, or that she, and they said that Jody Sue was not there until after midnight that day, after Robin and David went home. So so she was around the area, but she was not on the property until after, Robin left and stuff like that. Like share meds, it's not, it's kind of like sharing meds, but it's like trading, like if they run out, because when you're abusing them, Tracy, you're taking more than the doctor is prescribing, because your tolerance goes up and up and up, and so you run out early a lot of times. And so then if you don't, and when you're addicted to them, whether that be, even if you're prescribed to them, you can be addicted to them. That's how a lot of people get addicted to pain pills. A lot of people who are subscribed to them, they get addicted to them, and, the doctors won't give them up their prescription anymore. So they, end up running out, because they keep taking more, because it doesn't work as well on the pain anymore, because get up a tolerance. And so what they start doing is they start taking more of their own, and then they'll start buying them off the street, or they'll, if they know somebody really well, like a family member or a friend, they'll start, borrowing some of their prescription, and because everybody gets their prescriptions at different times in the month, they'll get some, and then they'll give them back that amount that they have. And so it's just an endless cycle. And next thing you know, when they're getting their prescription, they're owing basically their whole prescription out. And I did see somebody say, wanted me to check the email about who was that? About right, Marlena? She says, I'm wondering if Fred was telling the truth about Don giving Andy money the night Summer went missing. Right? That was Fred was telling me things, like several of the things he was telling me, like, I'm like, oh my God. Like, I a few times, especially just when he mentioned, like, I was really shocked when he mentioned about Don giving Andy money that night. Being like, here, he said, his exact words is that he saw Don give Andy money and said, here's that money I owe you. That's what Fred said happened. Pills as currency, yeah. Oh, really, Shay, about green eyes? Can't find a pain doctor and all these, right? I know, paint it black. I know. And the thing is, like, a lot of them, they need it. Like that lady said in that conversation, you know, Grandis had legitimate reasons to get prescriptions. You know, she had legitimate reasons to need the medications. However, just like I just stated, you build a tolerance or, you know, if you need, you know, if your Grandis doesn't, you know, she doesn't have much money. So she might sell some of her prescriptions. So she has a little bit of money and then she runs out and she doesn't have anything. So, you know, I guess she was also supposedly also getting some off Jody Sue. But the whole thing about the connection with Jody Sue and Brad is I'm really freaking disappointed in Jody Sue for, you know, downplaying her relationship with Brad and not letting people know that she actually knew Brad and more, you know, more than she actually was stating, you know, and like just Justin was saying that, and I think that's important for everybody to go over and check out Justice for All. It's like if you guys drop his link. Last night he said he went over release proof that showed that Jody Sue and Brad Wishon, which I think is, I want to see this. I don't know if there's if I want him to get his views, but I would love to play just a second of it, but I don't know where to go in his video, just to get a little bit of idea of what the proof he showed. I'm not going to play much because I know that, you know, I don't want to take his views, but I do want to see that. He tied Jody Sue to Brad. Like he was saying earlier, said they worked at the same dealership at one time. Like she didn't even say that. And that makes so much sense. They're sitting there trading money from drugs because, of course, Jody Sue's ex or whatever he is, because she has now on her Facebook, it shows in a relationship. But Jody Sue's ex would definitely know, like he's been busted for drugs before. And maybe, you know, I don't know. Maybe that's why he's thought like of the serial numbers on the bills, on the money. And they're sitting there trading the money, giving it to, switching it with Brad. Which is stupid because everybody knows in that town that Brad and that family, the Wishons, are freaking, they have a horrible reputation. When I went down to Tennessee, that's like one of the first things I was told by, you know, people. And Jennifer knows of any of the local. You talk to any locals and you ask them about the guy, they're going to know him. And freaking Jody Sue's been around the area like her, looks like from what my research, for all her life, or at least a big portion of it. Maybe not like exactly in Rogersville but she's been in that area like Kingsport. So she knows him. And this is something that we should have figured out earlier. I don't know why. Some of these things, I'm like, man, why didn't I think of, you know, this earlier? I was looking up because there was something, or somebody wanted me to. So you are speaking facts about trading pills. I know how people do pills trade up and such. A lot of addicts in my family, right? That's another thing. They'll be like, hey, right. And I've talked about on here how I used to I used to be addicted to pills. And that's why, you know, I know a lot about addiction and stuff. It's so weird because it seems so long ago, but so like yesterday at the same time. It's crazy when I think of how much my life has changed and how things are different now or whatever. And I mean, it's insane. And I've, you know, it's been several years since I've had that issue, but man, it feels like a lot of times we were talking about it and thinking about it. It seems like also just yesterday. But one of the things like people will do is be like, hey, if you give me, I'm just going to make up a number here. If you give me like 5 of these pills, I'll give you back 7 when I get mine, or something like that. It matters like some pills are only like the hydrocodones that were mentioned in that conversation earlier, might only be worth, depending what area you're in and what milligram they are, $5 to $10. Sometimes some you can get for like 3, or it matters. So $3 to $10, like under $10. Okay, we'll say that. But if some pills can go up to $1 a milligram, and like I don't know the prices now, gosh, but I'm just saying it was like around shit. It really matters, the area. Your location is super, that changes things a lot. But on the high end, oxycodone, if you 80 milligrams could go $80 at that, back in the day. It's so, it depends how many somebody would give somebody for loaning them. You know what I mean? That makes sense why Jody Sue had her purse with her to buy the pills. Oh, did she mention something about having her purse? Candace, we know you're probably watching. Where's Summer? It was way too soon to be worried about sent dogs too soon to be thinking like that, unless she already knew Summer wouldn't be found. Jody sus as hell. She did say that about the scent. Wow. She probably made the whole thing up or was trying to wash her feet. Yeah. Maybe she was caught doing that. I don't know. Jody Jody Sue. Okay, Jody said she was with Jackie 99.9% of the time during his visit. That's weird. Does this Jackie Dobbs, does anybody, I'm sure somebody's had to. I think I've looked up his background. Does he have any weird charges? I don't know. I don't want to like say anything. I don't want to like put anything out there that's not true. And I don't want to assume things, but trying to look who said to check my email about had a weird video that they wanted me to check out. Oh, right here. Searching for Truth said, I sent you an email of a strange video. Can you check it out and give me your opinion? Yeah. What's your email under though? Because I see, this might be you. Okay, I found it. You said, could you take a look at this and tell me what you think? I thought this looked really strange, but I'm not real familiar with this creator. My YouTube name is Searching for Truth. And in the subject, you said, okay, that's the title of the video. Let me see who the creator is first because if it's somebody, Angels on the Moon, I don't know who that is. But the title says, is this Summer Wells or a hoax by Jody Sue or just a homeless family? Something is not right here. Okay. Yeah, we'll check it out. I might not watch the whole thing on here, but because it's only yeah, I'll check it out. Allison Leslie took her van, which they stuttered about, to the football field. Took her van. Whose van? Why did she have her purse though if she was playing with playing with flowers? And Andy talking about Summer's body isn't funny. Exactly. Locals explains Brad and Jody Sue connection on Squall Tit Bear video. Oh, really? So did they mention that they had mentioned something similar to what Justin was saying? Supposedly the creek in the property had tons of hypodermic needles. I never walk in that creek in flip-flops or bare feet. Wow. Green Eyes, do you think that Allison and Leslie have something to do with it? My husband said he doesn't know about any strange charges, but probably drinking and driving. That's something about Jackie to look up. Yeah, the soup. Did you know of Brad before you heard of this case? I know you're kind of close to, I don't know exactly if you, I don't know. I'm afraid to say I don't want to dox you or anything, but I know you're somewhat close to the area. I don't know if you're considered a local or not, but just wondering if you heard of him before this case. Justin did not research any of what he showed last night. Everything about what was said was about Brad is a lie. What do you mean? Did he? I'm sure he showed some stuff, right? He didn't just show it. He showed proof, right? I wouldn't be surprised if Jody Sue and her drugs she's making has a lot to do with Summer missing, right? Because why is Candace going to tell us? That's right, Letitia. I mean, it completely makes sense. You think Candace is going to tell them? I'm sure he has asked them. I mean, so that's not really a good rebuttal. You know what I mean? To trying to believe that to try to discredit Michelle. Now that Michelle's proved that she is actually retired from the sheriff's department, actually with no shadow of any doubt with me. I mean, with you guys, I'm sure there's probably a little bit of shadow of doubt because you didn't see the exact pictures and, haven't been talking to this person for months like I have and know their real name and, have talked about her working at the sheriff's department before. But I mean, obviously, we know Candace is a liar and Grandis is a liar. So asking them doesn't do any good. I don't know if you've, I haven't seen your name before. Well, I think I have maybe seen your name before, once or so, but I don't know if you've been following this case, but most people know that they're just not honest. The video is a pen with a goat in it. I checked it on my big screen. Wait, what are you talking about? Which video? The one I'm about to play? Jody Sue herself said the creek is full of needles, so why would she walk in? Yep, that's true. No, I had never heard of Brad, and I'm 20 minutes from Donna Candace. Yeah, I'm a local. Wow. How long have you lived in the area, your whole life? But see, okay, this is the thing. The reason, though, why it's hard for me to believe that Jody Sue wouldn't know him when I, really think about it, it's all about lifestyle, okay? I would understand why you wouldn't know somebody was into criminal behaviors because you're not a criminal and you're not into the same things looks like crimes, and that's not slander or incorrect information because he's currently charged with a major felony that has to do with criminal behavior. Brad is, and it's serious. It has to have been charged before with other crimes. So And, you know, even Jody Sue she's been in, it looks like she's been in prison. She has a picture on the Tennessee Department of Corrections website. So usually when they take those, I think that means she might have not actually went to prison. I don't know if they do those pictures automatically if you have a felony, but that would show that it didn't show the charge when I looked it up for her. But her picture is there, and it did say, or actually it did. It said maintaining, it was like something about something for drugs, maintaining a drug something. Thank you, Aisha. Andy is the only person who saw Summer the night before from the mouth of Jody Sue who distanced herself from whatever happened with that statement. Wow. I think I remember Jody Sue on a Facebook Live saying she knew of Brad's criminal record, but I'm not positive. Wait, what? Jody Sue is mad. Y'all got her deleted videos right before the 15th talking about science and science teachers. What is Brad charged with? He is charged with theft, I think, like a major theft. I can look here in a second. I looked earlier. I had it up earlier for my thumbnail, and the mods are pushy. Why? What happened? Jody Sue and Andy supposedly went to jail for class 2 narcotics. Okay. No, it's not jail pictures, Tracy. It's not. I looked it up directly on the Department of Corrections, which the prison inmate search is what I looked it up on, not from a jail. It's from and you probably wouldn't know because I'm sure it's hard to understand. So like the website I looked it up on is just an inmate search for those who have been in prison before, not jail, prison. I think she was joking, Quinny. I'm pretty sure she was joking about the pushy thing. So they're automatic, like if you get a felony, Rhonda, you automatically have to take that picture. Jody stopped going live June 12th before it was about the land. Jody creates a perfect storm. She calls it like one of her mods. Isn't that crazy how Fred too mentioned how she said the perfect storm. I think Quinny that she was joking because yeah, see, she said nothing, just joking. You guys are super nice. Yeah, I knew that I knew she was cool, so I figured it had to have been a joke. Jody Sue talks about her children visiting when she was in jail and her kids being in the care of in-laws. Wonder how her relationship must not be very good with her mother, huh? Her mom is really pretty. AB will have Jody Sue. Is that what you said? Wait, AB will have Jody Sue on live tonight. Really, Some Beach? Is that for real, or is that like, is he back going live? I didn't want anyone here. Oh no, Quinny, I totally get it. I'm glad it was cleared up. Thank you for clearing it up. I thought it was a jail picture. Yeah, I can show it actually real quick because somebody wanted to know about, I can show it real quick, what I'm talking about. If I can freaking remember. We need to watch this video too, which we will. We will watch part of it. But I'm going to switch the screen here for a second so you guys can see what I'm doing here. Brad harassed Dawn. He's selling his land. Do you mean about selling his land? He got demonetized. Is that permanent, Lady CG, or is that for a short time? Maybe it wasn't a Toyota, but they did work together. What do you mean, Teresa? Wait, let me scroll up. Jody Sue keeps saying it's a perfect storm. Didn't Brad Wishon make his Facebook page around that time too? I don't know. So like, even if you don't know some other local in Northeast Tennessee, if you talk for about 10 minutes, you're going to find people you both know in common. Like, there's not 7 degrees of separation here, maybe 3. If you get charged, you get a mug shot. There are 7 charges. Prison and county jail are not the same. Oh, I know that. Prison is long-term stay, county is not. Oh, what do you want to call about, lady? R? I know that. Prisons, you only go, prison is for, like, you only stay in jail if your sentence is a year or lower. So if you're sentenced for a year, you're going to be in county the whole year, which, or I don't know if it's actually, maybe if you hit a year, no, I think it's a year or less, like a misdemeanor and some felony, like a low felony, if you're only charged for a year. If you're only staying for that amount of time, then you're going to be in county, which actually is worse than prison from what I hear. I've never been to prison, thank freaking God. Jail is rough, okay? And I get you get more, since prison is a longer stay, like longer term, they get more, like, they even have like makeup and stuff on commissary, like you could buy like little radios, I guess, different kinds of like clothes, but it's like you can't wear a regular, it has to be like I think white, or I don't know. Anyways, they probably have, I think they have jackets. I have no idea. I'm just going by what I a little bit I have seen on through research, and I don't know for sure what kind of clothing they can buy, but I know they're offered, they can buy way more things. But yeah, any amount of time over a year, if you're sentenced to a year and a day, you're going to prison, which I guess is better anyways. I mean, a year in county is like freaking, oh my God, 10 years. It's horrible. Okay, so here's the offender search. We were going to look up Jody Sue, right? And Brad. Okay, so Brown, her actual name is Jody. Sue is her middle name. All right. Okay. Here she is right here. This is Tennessee felony offender. So a felony offender is good, I guess, automatically goes here. Okay. It shows that does it say the charge? I thought maybe it did say it on here. I did see it elsewhere, her charge, but it doesn't say it here, it looks like. But this was back in her sentence end date was in 2015. So it's been a little while ago. And then let's try to look up. I don't know if I looked him up on here. I had to have. Or it might make me do a different one of these. Shit. Okay, I'm gonna have to refresh it. No results. Where did I see his at? Maybe if I do this with Sean, let me see who comes up. Does not look like Brad has been in prison. trying to see. What was his, do you guys remember what his dad's name is? It doesn't, I don't think it's any of those. That the cadaver dogs can smell up to 18 meters into water. What you see on TV isn't extra truth. Running into creek does not remove scent. Right. Right. But that's, you know, somebody like Jody Sue. I mean, but to regular people, they might, if you're not educated on that, then prison is rough. Federal prison is better. Prison is 2 for 1. Federal is day for day, but you're treated better in food. Who are you, not so salty bitch or bish? You got Brady doing all the things. Stop talk. Who are you? And since, I mean, like you have to be like one of like 2 people, because nobody defends Brad anymore, especially when it comes to Summer. And I don't know what you mean. I've got Brad doing all the things. This hardly isn't even about Brad. This is not, I mean, Brad is in the thumbnail, but this really is not about Brad. This is about Jody Sue. Unless Brad, I mean, and it's really about Jody Sue. It's really, I mean, people are suspect of Brad, but according to me, I don't think that he had anything to do with Summer's disappearance. So, and that's my main concern. Okay, so really, I'm not looking in or researching Brad at this time. I'm researching the people directly related to the case. And what's odd is Brad threw himself right in the middle of everything, knowing his reputation, knowing the bad, you know, the things that he's involved in. It was bad that he put himself right there. He put all the attention on himself. People thought he was like God's gift to Summer's case, like at one time. A lot of people did. They treated him like that anyways. It's crazy. So that's why it's such a topic here. This has no, I don't know, you must have just now started listening or just tuned in or not speaking truthfully, because this was not about Brad at all. He looked up Jody Sue's previous charges. They were dismissed. I don't think so. Hold on. Let me look up again. I'll find out. Because I've also been really looking into in maintaining dwelling for drug use, there was 1 count. It was a Class D felony. No, I don't see where it was. Hold on. I don't see that. I think, I mean, now she's been discharged from probation and stuff. It does say discharge, but that's because of, I would think because of discharge from probation. She's done her, you know, she's paid her debt to society is what I look at that as. But hold on. Let me see here. Well, it might have been dropped I mean, maybe it was. I don't know, but I mean, that's not. No, it couldn't have been dropped. She has her picture right there. No, they want to put her picture on the Tennessee Department of Corrections if it was dropped. So never mind. That's not possible. They don't you don't get your picture on there because you're considered innocent until proven guilty. So when you're charged with something, they don't do that automatically until you're convicted. It's when you're convicted that you have, I guess you would be put on that website. And right now I'm just seeing that one charge on her record from what I'm seeing on the website I'm using. It very possibly could have been more. And it looks like it was Sullivan County. Let me see. Okay, here, I can show you this. Change the screen here. But yeah, no, they wouldn't have, she's definitely, this is the only charge that has come up on Sullivan County. And I mean, I could be, because when I looked her up, let me pull up her name again on the Tennessee Department of Corrections too. I didn't see where it said what her charge was to get her picture on there. But wait, it might say a case number. Let me see. No, there's no like she had to have her fingerprints submitted. That means she was convicted of a felony. And she was assigned a Department of Correction number. And that only happens if you are and it says sentence end date. Okay, actually I did just confirm this picture. No, it was not discharged. I just 100% 100% confirmed it, because on the Department of Corrections website where her picture was, it says sentence end date is 2/14 of 2015. And on the background site where the charge was, it says that also the date of February 14th, 2015 as the end date. So they match. So it's for that one charge, and that means it was not dropped. Here is this is on the Sullivan County court records for Tennessee, and it shows the status disposed. That's what it says when your case is over with. That doesn't mean it's like thrown out. She owes $3,000. Dang. Wow. I'm surprised they let her get that far behind, honestly. That's crazy. That's a lot of money to owe for, dang, they freaking just screw you. I swear. That's a lot of money for one charge. And it looks like it's the only charge I've seen on her. So that's crazy that, wow. Okay, so it shows, okay, she had actually 7 charges at one time. That it would explain it. It looks like she's had a violation too. But so her first, okay, so these 7 charges on it in 2009. The court date, okay, her probation started for this charge in 2011. Actually February 14th, 2011. And that's why I don't know. That's crazy though, that her probation, or that it was for 4 years. She must have, because it says her maximum sentence length was 2 years, and usually your probation would be the same. Like if she wasn't sentenced to prison, then she would have had that time would have been put as suspended, and she'd be doing probation. And if she successfully completed 2 years of probation without screwing up, then she wouldn't have to do the 2-year sentence. But it looks like it's 4 years. Her probation started February 14th of 2011, and it ended on February 14th, 2015. That's 4 years, not 2. So was she charged with more than one charge? Let's see here if we can figure anything out. She was charged with a Schedule II drugs, manufacturing, dealing, selling, and possession. Okay. Let's see here. Schedule II narcotic, Tennessee. So Schedule II drugs are amphetamine, cocaine, codeine, methadone, methamphetamine, morphine, opium, and Ritalin are the first ones that come up. That's probably not all of them, but it says substance in this schedule have a high potential for abuse, which may lead to severe psychological or physical dependence. Examples of Schedule II narcotics includes Dilaudid, methadone, Demerol, Oxycontin, Percocet, and fentanyl. So those are prescription ones, but also meth. And meth is also considered a Schedule II, and it's, obviously man-made or not. I mean, obviously it's all man-made, but I mean, it's like made in people's freaking backyards or barns or whatever. So then the next charge here, it says possession of unlawful drug paraphernalia, an attempt. So attempted possession of, what's that mean? Attempt. Next charge is failing to keep drug records. What the hell does that mean? Failing to keep drug records. Let me look that up. Failing to keep drug. I've never heard of such thing. Looks like just a Tennessee thing. I don't know. It says, okay, here's somebody who was charged. I just found an article that says, doctor pleads guilt. Okay, Johnson City, which is in Tennessee, doctor pleads guilty, failure to keep drug records, making false statements to drug enforcement. But he's a doctor, so that would make sense. Why would Jody Sue have to keep drug records? What the hell? Do you guys know why she would have to keep drug records? She's not a doctor. Lady CG, do you know why a child's? No, like I'm reading an article and that makes sense as a doctor being charged something like that. She was seeing multiple doctors to get pills. Yeah. May not have had prescriptions to match possession of drug on person. Oh, that could be it. Okay. Wow. She's charged. She's already a felon before this. Where's her other previous charges? This is that she's a dangerous felony. So she has a charges of possession of a firearm, intent to go armed, dangerous felony. I want to look that up too, but maybe I should. So failing to keep drug records. Here it says that for this article, it says that Michael Dube of Johnson City pleaded guilty, to omitting material information from records required to be kept under the Controlled Substance Act and making a false statement. Wait. Okay. So that charge is 5311-401. Wait. 130403. Persons required to keep records and file reports. Under here it says, and this is a government website, every registrant, including collectors, shall maintain records. Wait. Okay, this is about controlled substances. I'm like, am I reading? Okay. Every registrant, including collectors, shall maintain the records and inventories and shall file the reports required by this part, except as exempted by this section. Any registrant that is authorized to conduct other activities without being registered to conduct those activities pursuant to 1301.22, whatever, blah, 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 and blah, 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 and blah, 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 or part 1317 of this chapter, they shall maintain the records and inventories and shall file the reports required by this part for persons registered or authorized to conduct such activities. This latter requirement should be construed as requiring stocks of controlled substances being used in various activities under one registration to be stored separately, nor that separate records are required for each activity. The intent of the administration is to permit the registrant to keep one set of records which are adapted by the registrant to account for controlled substances used in any activity. Also, the administration does not wish to require separate stocks of the same substance to be purchased and stored for separate activities. Otherwise, there is no advantage gained by permitting several activities under one registration. Okay, can we see this in more like simple knowledge or simple language? Somebody texted and said there's a Tennessee so somebody said, I was trying to explain in chat, but it seems like it's not being seen. I live in Tennessee, and the state has a registry list that a person convicted of meth must be registered and keep updated. Oh. So has a registry list that a person convicted of meth must be registered and keep updated. Oh. Huh. Wow, never heard of something like that. That's crazy. Why? Is it because of the meth problem, or why just meth? This one says, though, to refuse or fail to make, keep, or furnish any record, notification, order, foreign statement, invoice, or information required under Part 3 of this chapter. Sanctions against a healthcare provider for the provider's failure to make report. Anyways, huh. That's crazy. Okay, but I'm also this charge here. Was this before they did the big clamp down on people drug shopping from doctor to doctor for meds? Sure, but that makes sense what the lady emailed me about having to be registered, that it sounds like it was a meth charge. So, but the possessed firearm intent, go armed. She's a dangerous felon. Like, does that mean that she's considered a dangerous felon? Hold on. Is that what that's saying? Let me also look up 39-17-1324A in Tennessee. Okay, and this code says Tennessee Code Title 39, criminal offenses against public health, safety, and welfare, offense of possessing a firearm during commission or attempt to commit dangerous felony. Okay. And the one that she is charged under is it says it is an offense to possess a firearm with the intent to go armed during the commission of or attempt to commit a dangerous felony. Wow. Interesting. Sounds like that she was dealing, because the first charge there, when she had a Schedule II drugs, it says manufacturing, delivering, selling. Well, it says possessing. So does that mean, here, let me also look up that charge so I can know 39-17. Okay, 39-17 -417 and C, Tennessee. Oh, it is methamphetamine. Hold on. Let me pull this up again. Okay. Well, it has to be cocaine or methamphetamine that she was dealing or manufacturing. So she was manufacturing. This is interesting, guys. We were just reading a conversation between me and this person who is saying that Jody Sue was manufacturing meth in that shack. She called it a shack. And that's why she was sleeping in there, because it could blow up. And now we learned that this charge says, I mean, we don't know for sure it was manufacturing, but we could probably find an article about this situation. Since we now know the exact date that it first occurred, it's on here, I think. It's okay. Violation date 9/23, and she was already on probation at this time. That's why it was considered a violation of probation. But I don't know what her previous charges for this, like what she was on probation for, because I didn't find anything else. So, yeah, there's more than this. But that charge, the Schedule II drugs, manufacturing, delivering, and selling, possessing, the description says a violation of subsection. Okay, so C, a violation of subsection A with respect to, okay, so A means, okay, so she was charged with, it is an offense for a defendant to knowingly manufacture a controlled substance, deliver a controlled substance, sell a controlled substance, or possess a controlled substance with the intent to manufacture, deliver, or sell the controlled substance. And then hers was C. Okay, it says, in addition to the requirement that restitution, wait, am I reading the right part? No, I'm not. Okay. It says, cocaine or methamphetamine is a Class B felony. So this is a B felony that she had. And it was dismissed. Okay. That part was dismissed. She got lucky. She got the dealing or manufacturing or whatever it was dismissed, but she was found guilty of possession of paraphernalia, failure to keep drug records, two possessions. They dismissed the firearm too. So they dismissed the two highest felonies. And she also was charged with a violation of probation because it sounds like she was already on probation for something else. And the subsection here that says C, that would be, it says cocaine or methamphetamine is a Class B felony if the amount involved is 0.5 grams or more of any substance containing cocaine or methamphetamine, and in addition may be fined not more than $100,000. And any Schedule II controlled substance, including cocaine or meth, in an amount less than 0.5 grams is a Class C felony. And in addition, may be fined. Wait, hold on. Okay, if it's less, then I don't know if it was less or more than. So it could have been a Class B or C felony. Maybe the C, I don't know, means actually Class C felony. That might be why that C is. So that would be, I don't know. Wow. I just got a message that Emma said she's getting some more crazy info come in. So she might, I don't know, that might. I'm texting her back. Yeah, so be on the lookout for her to maybe go live. Emma from Crime Stories Obsessed. So yeah, that's why I put my title as it is. It's like, why is all this stuff coming out right, like it seems right now? It shows that possibly, like, wow, is things about to come to a head with this case? Sorry. Okay. So watch for watch for her to go live here. Okay. Wait, what? What are you talking about? Don't fall for what, Kelly? Don't fall for what craziness? Everything what are you talking about? What craziness? Don't you think that if they had anything, she would be locked? Who's she? Who, Kelly searches? We wouldn't know this? What? I don't know what you're talking about. Can you elaborate on that? Because I don't know what you're talking about, and I don't know who you are. Because we're talking about Jody Sue right now, and this is like proof. I don't know what you mean. Who has been live? Yeah, look up. Yeah, there has to be more. And let me see here. Let me look at her previous locations. Okay. So, okay. It looks like she was in Hawkins. See, that's what's like so crazy. It looks like she was always in Hawkins from what I'm looking at. Let me make sure. Man. Shit. Of course, there is one city that she possibly lived in. It looks like that she lived in for a very short time. That was in a different county. But of course, this one city's in two different counties. Anderson, if you guys want to, I don't know if you guys want to look, and Roane, Roane. So I'm gonna look up the Roane one because for some reason that one seems like Roane. Let me share what I'm doing here. Okay. It can't be under that. That's just payment. Public court records. Here we go. Hold on, I'll change the screen here a second because of course it brought up another. Why did it bring up all these though? Yeah, it's oh, okay, hold on. Let me go back to that and look up Ander. No, I guess I'm not finding anything for Roane, so I'll look up Anderson now. Here, let me okay. Case search. Criminal search. No results were found. This is $1 million if I just do it like this, just to make sure. Because sometimes if you just put in the last name, because even if it doesn't come up, sometimes it's best to just search last name and then do like I'm doing here and just double check. There's a J. She doesn't spell her name Jody. Let's see. Is these those are filings? So that probably would not be her. When's her? Let me see. When's her birth date here again? Let me find that. December 3rd of 84. this isn't very, yeah, that can't be her because that's from 94. Yeah, these charges couldn't be her because these are from the 90s and she would have been too young. So that's, yeah, a mystery to figure out. I didn't find her on, I did not find her on Roan, or I'm seeing that she spells her name like, yeah, Jodi. Okay, so let me go back to her. It seriously looks like she has only lived in Hawkins, Tennessee all her life. And it looks like in Hawkins County, so because Rogersville or Kingsport, isn't Kingsport Sullivan County? Kingsport is Sullivan County. We already checked Sullivan County and we didn't find anything, right? We checked Sullivan. So, yeah, I don't know, man. I'd have to, any research I do beyond this is going to take a while. So, did she live in Texas, Liplock? I'm not seeing that she lived in Texas. Hold on, let me see. Yeah, I'm not seeing that. I'm seeing that she has lived in Tennessee all her life. So, there is a way to, if I can remember how I did this. I need to go to, I think, Tennessee Department of Corrections again. But yeah, guys, I probably will get off here in a second. It's crazy getting done at like 7 p.m. because that's like early for me, but okay. But thank you guys so much for hanging out and stuff. I'm trying, like I said, guys, I am trying to go to Tennessee next month. Hopefully I can figure it out. Yeah, I think so too. The person that texted me about no salty bish, I think is Lizzie B. Savage. I'm not even joking. Some random just asked to borrow money from me on like from out of the country. They just messaged me asking for me to send them money. I don't even know them. They're like, I'll pay you back in the morning. Thank you guys for hanging out. I appreciate you guys. Kathy's on Squalls right now. Oh, okay. Like, let's all go to Squalls and Ziggy Bomber chat right now, okay? I'll get the link for you guys for those that don't know. Oh, we didn't watch that video to that person that what was it? I'll watch it. What is it?
Right there.
Oh, it's like what?
And then, of course, I keep missing the one. Hold on, go back.
What is
Double
it?
mark. 4/24 of 2022, early morning. Jody Sue Brown posted this video. Originally, it was titled "Hill." Then she changed it to "Love and Hill." Okay, as you can see, gonna start at the.
What is going on in this? But yeah, I'll show her what I'm looking at right now because I'm trying to see what this video is about. But yeah, I'm gonna go to Squalls.
Okay, we're starting at 3:20,
and I'm gonna get the link for you guys.
Pay attention to this shack, shed, whatever the hell it is. Okay, as you can see, there's some word missing here. Then you got these wide gaps between these boards. You're going to want to pay attention to this one, this one, this one, and this one. There's people inside here, plus a small child. And with the height, I'd say probably about 5 or 6 years old, give or take, in my opinion. Okay. I'm going to go slow and then I'll run by it fast and you'll see what I'm talking about. First, you'll have somebody leaning out this way, poking their head out. And then you'll see another adult or teenager come this way, and then a small child behind that person. Okay, as you can see, there's already starting to be movement in that crack there, in that gap. As you can see right there, there's an arm, parts of the body coming this way. Oop, I did it a little too fast. Go back. Okay, I tried to get it perfect so I can get the person right in the way there. You see what I'm talking about? Now watch, little child right there, little child right behind. Appears they're wearing a white gown or something white covering them.
That looks like an animal to me. I don't know. It looks like a cow or something.
At the 3:27 mark.
To me, don't you guys think? I don't think it looks like an animal. I'll share this link too if you guys want to go check it out. It's from that looks like an arms again. Angels on the Moon is their channel.
Of course, it's a small child. Oh. Right there.
Yeah, it looks like a cow. Alpaca, a goat, an animal. Yeah, so
right here.
So here's Squall's link again. I shared it earlier, but here it is again. That's where I'm going to be because I want to hear what's going on. Kathy, the one that Candace was staying with, is on. So I'll meet you guys over there, okay? Because I'm pretty sure I shared the link to this channel earlier in the chat if you want to scroll up and get it and check it out. But to me, that looks like an animal. But maybe if you want to investigate a little bit more, check it out. So that was Boo Boo telling you guys peace out, and I will talk to you guys later, and maybe I'll see you in Squalls. We're going to do a Ziggy bomb, all right? Or you could do a pig bomb. You could do pig bomb or whatever, okay? All right, bye.